very different business than Starbucks, but you cover
We do it all. We do it all here at Bloomberg.
And you sit next to Rick Clough, who's our transport autos team leader here in the Americas. I thought that people were going to be buying more used cars because, you know, new cars are so expensive and people are trying to save money, and yet they missed on the top and bottom line at CarMax.
You're not wrong. People are buying more used cars, but this is an instance where you saw a lot of pull forward because of the tariffs. You saw a big frenzy of buying back in April after the Liberation Day and the tariff announcements. And so we're lapping some of those things. And also, you know, as a lot of people, you know, went into new cars, some of the used car business fell down a little bit.
Yeah. Shares getting smashed this morning, down 16%, adding to a 30% year-to-date decline. Shelley, thank you so much for joining. That is Bloomberg's Shelley Banjo. Now, all of those things would seem to suggest that this is an economy in trouble. Not so, according to the economic data released in the last hour. It showed the U.S. economy growing at the fastest pace in nearly 2 years, thanks to consumer spending, though apparently not on used cars. But Governor Stephen Miron spoke to Bloomberg ahead of that data on the next steps for the Fed.
My view is not one of enormous economic pessimism. You know, I don't think the economy is about to crater. I don't think the labor market's about to fall off the cliff. However, the neutral rate is drifting down. And as a result of that, it's incumbent upon policy to adjust in response. And the longer that policy stays excessively restrictive, the greater the risks to the downside for the economy.
I wonder if he would still call it as restrictive with this latest batch of data in hand. Joining us now is Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. Mike, can we talk about the data? Jobless claims, GDP, what did it show?
Basically, it shows it's a tough day for the Trump administration because on the one hand, they want you to believe that the interest rate should be cut significantly, but the data are telling a totally different story, one that the administration could embrace because, as you mentioned, we get strong GDP growth and we have this odd situation that the Fed's been talking about, low hiring but low firing, with jobless claims falling to 218,000. Durable goods orders were up 2.9%, and as part of GDP, the increase in GDP, we saw an increase in business spending overall. Now, durable goods is interesting. You're talking about Intel, but computers and computer chip orders were down during the month. Even though we saw a big increase in durables, it was mostly airplanes. The trade good balance shows the effect of tariffs, $85.5 billion, because imports fell by a huge amount, over 4% in July after rising significantly because basically we saw people pulling forward expenses. As you mentioned, GDP up 3.8%, revised up from 3.3%, consumer spending pushing that higher, business spending pushing that higher. So where do we go from here? Well, we know where Governor Miron is, and now we're beginning to see where more members of the Fed are. We have a lot of Fed speak today, and the first three have been out. You heard from Miron, Austin Goolsbee a few minutes ago saying he's not sure they should front load rate cuts given where the economy is, and Jeff Schmidt, who is perhaps the most hawkish of all the Fed governors, just out with a speech this morning saying that inflation's too high, the labor market, though cooling, still remains largely in balance, and he used the current stance of policy as only slightly restrictive, which I think is the right place to be. So he's not calling for rate cuts either. Mr. Miron, I think, is on his own island at this point.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. Michael McKee there in Washington, D.C. Let's get a quick check on futures just about 20 minutes to go until the start of trading. Looking at red arrows across the board. S&P futures down about 0.5%. NASDAQ futures off even more, 0.75%. Russell futures down by more than 1%. So we have some pretty significant declines in futures after what has already been a couple days in a row of losses.
Yeah, and that is also being fueled by what we're seeing in this bond market. Yields are higher across the board. The 2-year yield goes up by 3 basis points, 10-year also 3 basis points. We are trading at around the highest in about 3 weeks. So that causing the pain, especially in the small cap index that you played.
Yeah, absolutely. They need.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. We are live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, simulcasting on X Spaces. If you have a question, type it into the chat or ask for the mic on X Spaces and you will be live on the show. I will also replay these on my different channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please make sure you subscribe to all the channels. If you like the free content that I provide, please help support the work. You can do that in many different ways. You can share the links, make sure you subscribe to all the channels. You can follow me on X and on GETTR. You can ask your social media to follow me. But the key is that I provide lots of free content that will help with your health and wellness, and also how to navigate the tumultuous markets. And I give you my opinion about other breaking news. In addition, you can support by donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my homepage. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel or my Substack. I have a new channel. It's a Substack channel, so please subscribe to that. Again, I put all my content when I'm covering the news for free out there. I have thousands of videos for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. And take a look at the great products I have. I have ebooks, supplements, and course material on immunology and pulmonology, so you can learn about those different systems and reduce the power imbalance between you and your physician. So with that, please help support the work by making sure that you go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. All right, with that, let's start. All right, I want to place CNBC here about the OMB to agencies. It's about the shutdown, potential shutdown for the government.
Federal workers could be at risk of more than furloughs if the government shuts down in a few days. Emily Wilkins joins us now with the latest from DC and we'll talk at the end, Emily, but the as expected rhetoric. If you need 60 votes in the Senate, right? Is that what you need?
You need 60 votes in the Senate, Joe, and you got to map the math. There are only 53 Republicans. Some of them have to be Democrats. I mean. And look, at this.
How are you going to say? How are they going to say? So okay, so you get all the Republicans. The government shuts down because you don't get to 60 with a straight face. How do Democrats say the Republicans are shutting down the government?
Well, if you're a Democrat, and we listened to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, and what they've kind of said is, look, what we want is for some healthcare provision to be in there.
I know.
They haven't been super specific on exactly what it needs to be, but they're hoping they want to get that in there. And they do point out that there are these tax credits for the Affordable Care Act that are expiring. That does seem something that does have Republican support. And look, I mean, this is part of what we're seeing with this news last night. This Trump administration going ahead, escalating the stakes of a federal shutdown, putting pressure on Democrats, saying that they're going to implement a large-scale federal layoff if Democrats don't vote with Republicans to keep the government open. Now, the Office of Management and Budget, they're the one who sent out this memo, and they told agencies that they should consider firing employees who would have otherwise merely been temporarily furloughed in a shutdown. Now, the last time there was a full government shutdown in 2013, about 850,000 employees were furloughed. That's according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. The guidance from OMB that CNBC got says the layoffs should not apply to agencies and programs that were funded in the Trump mega bill. So things like border security, the military, or those who have programs in line with the president's priorities. But the memo also makes clear that no mass layoffs are going to take place as long as Democrats vote to keep the government open. The agency actually ended their memo saying that they remain hopeful that Democrats in Congress will not trigger a shutdown and the steps outlined above will not be necessary. But at this point, the pressure campaign doesn't seem to be working. Top Senate Republican Chuck Schumer, he remains unswayed. In a statement, he called the move an attempt at intimidation, and he said that these unnecessary firings will either be overturned in the court or the administration will end up hiring the workers back. And Joe, as we were just discussing, you need at least 7 Democrats. You might even need a few more, depending on what the votes we saw last time. They're out of Congress right now. They're off of Capitol Hill. They're coming back on Monday. That's when we expect to see the next vote. And this is kind of the back and forth that we're seeing right now. Democrats pushing healthcare and Republicans pushing back.
we all have government shutdown fatigue in the brinkmanship that both sides play. A couple of years ago, when the Republicans were out of power and the Democrats were going to do they say if it shuts down, and, you know, the Freedom Caucus, they're saying we want these kind of cuts and we're not going to do it until. And they say, so it's not really us. We want cuts, and if you don't do
This
it,
time feels
if
a
you
little
don't-
different.
yeah, but how it's
Oh, but no, this
it's
is
a Schumer shutdown because they're the minority party. They can't dictate what
I'm not
goes
arguing
into it.
with you. What I'm saying is this time feels different because
Well, they
instead
might
of
do it.
compromise, I think
Because
they
this
might
time
actually
it's
go
not-
ahead with this. And the Democrats have been the ones who have been so unhappy about the number of layoffs in the federal
But you
government.
can't
Those
say
came-
do what we want
Right.
as a minority party, or else it's your fault the government shuts
Agreed.
down.
My guess is this is,
The
look, it
Schumer
looks like a
shutdown.
big game of chicken at this point. Emily, I don't know what you think, but I would be surprised to see the Democrats go ahead with it, with this new
Hope
threat
they
that's
do.
out there.
Do it.
Because you can say the courts will overturn it, that this will happen, but this has been one of their keys that they've been arguing with the Trump administration since January over is the idea that these government workers are necessary, that these government functions are necessary, and you can't do it without them. If they do go ahead with
And
this,
Becky, if you
and those workers are furloughed, and there's a number of months or even longer before they're brought back, that undermines a huge point that the Democrats have been trying to make all along with this.
Absolutely, Becky. And you remember back in March, this is part of the reason that Schumer gave for voting to continue that government funding when we were looking at the shutdown just a few months ago. And so now to have this come up, but Schumer now seems to believe, at least based on what he said in the last 12 hours, that he's kind of trying to call their bluff, trying to say, hey, you guys have tried to fire folks, you had to bring them back. You understand at this point that you can't just let a bunch of people go, and trying to call them on that. I think
We're
at
saying
this point, you also have
using
to remember
people
the
as
political
pawns is
implications.
not using people as pawns is not a popular game that's going to play well, particularly I think on the Democrat
This
side.
is a sideshow. The sideshow. If the government gets shut down, how are the Democrats going to say this is the Republicans shutting the government down because they're not doing what we want? They don't have the right.
And
They
if you
they
shut the
can't
government
dictate.
down, how do you get out of a shutdown? What
They
do
can't
Republicans
dictate what.
possibly
I
give
know, but
Democrats at that
that's
point?
that's right. But they can't dictate what the Republicans need to do with health care or any of these things because they're a minority party. They don't have the presidency. They don't have the House. They don't have the Senate. So if it gets shut
Well,
down,
it goes back to
the
the
Schumer
Obama. It
shutdown.
goes back to the Obama administration. Elections have consequences. Those were the comments they made.
whatever you want to attribute it to, they're going to try. They're saying right now that if it shuts down, the Republicans are the ones shutting it down. It's not going to. That dog won't hunt. Is that what you said?
The other
There's
issue
also the
is
political implications. I mean, Schumer really got hit last time when he
He
gave
did.
Republicans the vote.
Right.
When
He's
he
worried
said,
about
hey, we need to
AOC.
go and do this.
The next.
There were a lot of political backlash for it, and if that is, as you consider sort of what's going to happen next, that is a factor you have to keep in mind.
Right. The AOC Mamdani ticket he's worried about. The President AOC.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
IXL. It gives each kid the exact support they need.
Are we talking about IXL? My kids love it, and research shows.
The President AOC.
is there a point that this starts to impact the economy? I would guess. You know, if this is more than what we've seen in recent history, just in terms of a few days shutdown or something like that. I wonder if it would impact the economy if it stretches out over a matter of weeks or even a month or longer.
What we've seen in the past is that, you know, if it's just a couple days, if it's just a week, probably not going to have a ton of impact. But if this does wind up extending like we saw a couple years ago in 2018, 2019, I mean, that had, I think it was $3 billion on the fourth quarter in December for a few weeks. And then I think it was about $8 billion on the start of the year in the first quarter. So yes, this could absolutely have an economic impact. And remember, if there is a furlough, traditionally what we have seen is employees in a lot of these data gathering organizations, BLS, they wind up being furloughed, and that means less data for that upcoming Fed meeting in November.
Emily, do you have can you name 5 things? What do they want? 5 things. I mean, I've seen that there are some crazy asks about, I don't know, healthcare for people that aren't here legally. What do they want? What are they actually saying Republicans need to agree to for them to get on board? What do they want?
I don't think we have enough time for me to give you the full answer. I'm just going to say the Affordable Care Act tax credits, that is the one to keep.
I think there's going to be a major shutdown. All right, let's go to the jobs claims data that was released earlier this morning.
Rick Santelli is standing by at the CME in Chicago. And Rick, you want to say what you think is happening, what we've been watching with yields at this point ever since the Fed's meeting?
Well, to me, yields are doing exactly what they should, maybe even not to the extent I thought they would. To me, the yields are going to continue to be firm, especially all durations, all maturities from 7-year on, so 10s, 20s, 30s. I think they're going to be sticky. And the reason I think they're going to be sticky, well, just think about yesterday's 5-year note auction.
All right, before he continues on, when the Federal Reserve lowered their rates last week by 25 basis points, the thought was that the 10-year yield would be around 4 or slightly below 4, like maybe 3.98, 3.87, somewhere in there over time. But it's now trading at 4.1. So it's trading actually above what was predicted once the Federal Reserve lowered the rates by 25 basis points. So, okay, so it is above what a lot of people were predicting. So let's continue here.
As a matter of fact, the auctions have taken just a slight turn south in terms of demand since the Fed lowered rates. That doesn't sound quite logical, but I think the issue here is simple. It's that the market has its own view on interest rates. It has its view on supply that's being issued by some of the big economies of the world that's going to continue to price long-dated yields at a rate commensurate with the risks associated with buying in and competing with other countries that have very big and rising deficits. I think that we'll see higher yields closer to 4.35 before we'll see a test of 4%.
Wow. That's a lot higher than I expected.
Here we go, and the data's coming out. Let's see where we're going to begin here. Let's start with initial jobless claims, shall we? 218,000. Wow, we're expecting a number around 234,000. 218,000. That would be the smallest since the third week of July. Third week of July when it was 217,000. That's definitely going to put a little pop in interest rates. And continuing claims coming in on the light side, still 1.9 million, 1,926,000. And we've been really consolidating right above 1.9 million. Now, let's go to durable goods, shall we? If you look at durable goods headline number, well, it comes in at 2.9%, 2.9%. This is a whopper, but here's the fly in the ointment. If you look in the rearview mirror, we see that 2.8 becomes 2.7%. These are August preliminary data points, so it's a give and take. We see that there's a lot of volatility in durable goods because there's a lot of volatility in things like prices and tariffs and inventories. Now let's strip out transportation, and what happens is we get a much more normal looking number, actually much stronger, up 0.4%. That would be the best going all the way back. Well, last month it was up 1%. Now, if you don't look at that and you take that out, we'd have to go all the way back to last year to get in September to get a higher number. And if we look at non-defense XR, a proxy for business spending, it also comes in at a very strong rate there at 0.6%. That will be comping with last month when it was 1.0. We're really starting to see some strength there. Last month, by the way, downgraded to 0.8. But now we have some back-to-back strong numbers. The shipments, on the other hand, going the other way, -0.3. Now, on the GDP side, this is our third time around the block on Q2, and we see a really solid revision. 3.8%. I'm a bit shocked, to be honest. Usually the revisions, as you get to second and third, become smaller and smaller. So 3.8% would be the best quarter going back to, and we have to go back a ways here, to 4.4, and that was the third quarter of 23. Now, it is important to point out that if you look at the first quarter final, down 0.5%, there's a balance there, but the balance is moving in favor. Momentum is moving in favor for better growth. If we look at the consumption side of the equation, also a big revision from 1.6 to 2.5. The price index moved up a 10, from 2% to 2.1. And if we look at the core PCE, it moved up a 10th as well, from 2.5 to 2.6. On the trade balance, we know it's a deficit. A little smaller, -85.5 billion. That's an August number. And to put this in context, we've had this series since 1989. In the last 5 or 6 months, have seen historic moves. In March, we had the biggest deficit, and that was minus 161 billion. So it's come down rather significantly. But do remember, if you go back into the early years of pre-deficit, of course, these numbers were significantly smaller. I'm almost done, folks. A lot of data today. Now let's look at inventories. We'll go over those rather quickly. If we look at wholesale inventories, they came in at minus 0.2. We're expecting a positive number. These are August preliminary. We want to watch inventory levels. We know that we swamped ourselves in inventories. Now we have to watch how they're going to be selling off the shelves. And finally, on the retail inventory side, unchanged, we're expecting a number up 0.2. That's pretty good. Unchanged would equal, in terms of smaller inventories on retail, equaling where we were in April. To find a smaller number, you go into March when it was down 0.3, where we had all that volatility, of course, in front of Liberation April. I was correct. The numbers that really shined here, obviously, was that drop in initial jobless claims. We moved up to the 417, 418 almost in a 10-year. And we see that the pre-opening equities, they're still in the red. They're in the red a little bit more, but not heavily. Dow futures are down by, about 71 points. Once again, Becky, I think it's very important to note, we want to pay particularly close attention to auctions. Today we have the final auction in a 7-year note, an odd maturity, but it'll still give us an idea if investors are holding back. And the only reason they would hold back, we're still the best dirty shirt in the hamper in terms of issuance and solid issuance. And we have our treasury behind it. We have the reserve currency, but that doesn't mean investors aren't going to want a little bit more for the huge amount of paper that's out in the globe right now to finance much of the world's debt. Back to you.
Okay, so the reason why the 10-year Treasury yield is at over 4.1% is due to the market sentiment that the Federal Reserve may not be as aggressive with rate cuts going forward in this year because if the job market is stronger, then there isn't really that much of incentive to lower rates, especially if you're above the 2% target for inflation. All right, the market did open up, and the S&P 500 is trading at 6,600. I still have a target, year-end target of 6,800 to 7,000 for the S&P 500. You have a support level at 6,500, and you have a resistance level at 6,000. Wait, you have a support level at 6,500 and a resistance level at 6,700. All right. Good morning. So for the last few trading sessions, the S&P 500 is having a problem to get above that 6,700 mark. Again, resistance level 6,700, support level 6,500. So today probably will be bouncing around at the 6,600 handle. All right, with that said, let's listen in more on the government shutdown.
A government shutdown is looming with a deadline for any deal approaching at midnight on September 30th. That's Wednesday of next week. Joining us right now is Douglas Holtz-Eakin, who is former Congressional Budget Office Director in the George W. Bush administration. He's now the president of the American Action Forum and former Office of Management and Budget Director under President Biden, Shalonda Young. She's a visiting fellow at Georgetown University. And we called you guys the number crunchers, but I think the reason we really need to talk to you today is because you're also political experts and kind of whisperers of how things work on Capitol Hill. Doug, I would ask you, does this time feel different to you? Do you think we are in for a more prolonged shutdown than we've seen in recent history?
I think so.
It doesn't look any different to me, Becky. Thanks for having me on. This is a simple moment. You either shut the government or you don't. No one should want to shut the government, and we have a route to go forward. There's a House-passed continuing resolution that would take us to November 21st. The Senate can pass it, and they can go back to negotiating the outlines of the budget, which is what we need to do. Stay at the table, keep negotiating. So that's the only decision that has to be made. And don't see any reason why that's different now. I mean, they had the same decision in March, and then they made that decision and went forward. So this is the same vote. Democrats supported before, Republicans supported before. They should support it again.
Shalanda, the president upped the ante last night with this memo that the White House put out saying that if these employees are furloughed, the agency should look at ways of potentially getting rid of them for good, not bringing them back, as kind of been the gentleman's agreement to this point. Where do the Democrats go from here?
I agree with Doug on one point. You normally see this kind of theater leading up to these September 30th deadlines. But what's different is exactly what you pointed out, this threat, basically, this smokescreen to take people's view, intimidation really, to say we will use this to fire employees if Democrats don't vote for this bill.
The government's too big. They need
you also saw a meeting scheduled between congressional Democrats and the president abruptly pulled down. And that's a big difference. When I was in the middle of these funding fights, the one thing you had to do was talk. You had to negotiate. We didn't default because we worked with Kevin McCarthy when I was the director of the Office of Management and Budget. So the easy thing to do here is not just ask Democrats to vote for something that has been used to carry on things like tariffs and other parts of this administration they disagree with, but sit down and have a real negotiation, talk like adults. That's the normal way to do things in this town, in addition to the normal theater we see that is coming out of the White House.
Doug, you think this is theater, or you think that this is take it or leave it?
This is, the staffing levels at agencies have nothing to do with whether we vote to shut the government or not. The president can make those decisions now. He can make those same decisions in November. The only decision is whether you vote to continue the funding levels. And I'll point out, these are the funding levels that were decided upon by the Biden administration. We did a continuing resolution to carry them into this year. The only decision is, do you want to carry them again for another, couple of months to November 21st? That's a decision. Democrats and said, yes, let's do that in March. They should do it again. Government doesn't close, they continue to negotiate. It's not complicated. The rest is all, theater and those surrounding stuff that goes with it. It's not a budgetary decision. The only one there is up or down.
Yeah, Shalanda, the Democrats may have overestimated their leverage in this situation.
I would say this isn't about leverage, it's about doing what you think is right. The one thing the minority party has is their vote. So do you agree with the way things are being done with a bill that you voted for? And the obvious answer is absolutely not. I wish this was the funding bill being carried out the way that we negotiated when I was the director of the Office of Management and Budget. But what you're seeing is a handshake agreement on these bills, Democrats voting for them, and then a partisan vote on rescissions and impoundments made solely by the administration. So a handshake on Tuesday and a taking away on Wednesday. That's not been done before. And that is an extreme change in normal operations between the parties. And those aren't real deals. You can't ask someone to go along with something and then come along and completely obliterate that deal on a partisan basis. And that's what we've seen since March.
So when the Republicans were going to do this and were asking for things, and they were the party that was out of party, or that was out of power, and they were saying, if you don't do it what we want, we're not going to keep the government open, but it's going to be your fault for not doing what we want. And Democrats just rolled their eyes. It's like you're not in a position to dictate. And that's the same thing now. It's just the shoes on the other foot. The Democrats are not in a position to dictate what goes on here. It's like Doug said. It's like take it or leave it. If you don't, you're shutting the government down. If Schumer tries to say, "Oh, the Republicans are shutting," no one's going to believe that. People are going to roll their eyes.
The last time I checked, we're not in a parliamentary system. We're a divided government. Congress has an equal say in how this goes.
Then you're saying shut the government down, but the Democrats will be doing it.
Hey, I bring you back to debt ceiling talks. As someone who spent 3 weeks without seeing my kid, and Kevin McCarthy saying, hey, you want my votes? You want to avert a default? Then you got to sit down and talk to me.
Same deal here. What's changed?
Doug, what has changed?
I don't see that anything's changed. I mean, we've seen one offer on the table that says, look, the right thing to do is run deficits that are $1.5 trillion larger over the next 10 years if you don't want to shut the government. That's not a serious offer. I don't think Shalanda thinks it's a good idea to run the debt up another $1.5 trillion. So have a discussion about what's actually on the table, which is, do we want to run the government until November 21st and in between figure out the appropriations bills? The appropriators can solve that problem. They do it all the time. I just don't understand why these other extraneous things have been brought into the discussion. This is a simple decision. The same decision was made in March. It was successful. Do it again.
All right. The S&P 500 has broke the 6,600 barrier, and it's now trading at 6,588. Again, support level should be at 6,500. So watch on the S&P 500 there. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do and help support your health and wellness. Get the structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in peppermint, you can get it in lavender, charcoal tea tree, and lemongrass. Get a few bars for your household. They're made from structural nano silver, very high quality, and you're going to need these for the fall and the winter, trust me, because if you've been paying attention to the wastewater, if you've been paying attention to emissions, if you've been paying attention to your environment, you probably have noticed that people aren't feeling well. It's going to get worse. Better be prepared. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. Get a few tubes of the toothpaste for your household. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the gum line, reduce inflammation at the gum line, very important, and neutralize. You're going to need this for the fall and the winter. But if you don't want to pay attention, it's your own damn fault. Please go to my store and get the cleanse. This is 30 parts per million or the max 35 parts per million. Now, what this will do is help to boost up your immune system. I've been doing this protocol for over 5 years every day. Take a teaspoon a day every day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20-30 seconds, and swallow. What that will do is improve your oral cavity, your oral pharynx, maintain your mucosal barrier, help with the health of your epithelial lining. Super important and boost up that immune system. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. Do the same thing. Swish in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, and then swallow it. And then once everything is better, go back to your maintenance dose of the teaspoon a day. But the point here is to be prepared. Get the max 35 or the cleanse. The differences are the max 35 is 35 parts per million. The cleanse is 30 parts per million at different price points. But get it. You're going to need it for the fall and the winter. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And that free gift you're going to need for the fall and the winter. I guarantee you. All right. All right, let's see here. Let's listen about the money laundering with China.
If your pet goes from weird to weirder, drooly to drool,
what can you tell us about the leverage that we have with China? For example, will you continue to accept Chinese military companies like Cottrell and Hesai issuing IPOs out of Hong Kong involving U.S. firms? Who knows if they'll eventually turn their guns on America?
We have a lot of leverage points with China, and obviously the IPO market is part of them. We've had 4 discussions with my Chinese counterpart, and we discussed the leverage at everyone. We just recently met in Madrid. We'll be meeting again. Our trade deal, we've been doing a 90-day roll with them. That'll be coming off on November 10th. So we will be meeting again in October, in November. And look, we approach them with mutual respect. They're the second biggest economy in the world, but the United States has made it clear we have priorities, we have interests, and we are going to defend them.
Yeah. And that was U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent with me yesterday on these upcoming trade negotiations with China. U.S. and Chinese trade negotiators are set to meet again today ahead of the next round of official discussions between Bessent and his Chinese counterpart. Chinese manufacturers have been flooding the global market with a record number of cheap goods, but the secretary just said that the U.S. still has leverage. Watch. So what can you tell us about the rare earth minerals flow from China? Is it going to flow?
It is flowing, and look, we're not without levers on our side. We have plenty of products that they depend on us for, so there is a back and forth. We do not want to decouple from China. We need to de-risk.
And in terms of those rare earth magnets and minerals, they were pushing back. What is the leverage one?
There's a big group of products. It could be aircraft engines and aircraft parts. It could be certain chemicals that are used in production of plastics. It could be the ingredients for silicon. It's a wide range.
Joining me now is the Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow, Gordon Chang. Gordon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I know, you've been pretty harsh in terms of saying, look, don't sell the chips to China, but we actually have to have an agreement here. The supply chains are in China. We're still reliant on China, and we need those magnets.
Yes, we certainly need magnets, and we also need pharmaceuticals from China, and those are the two big cards. They've played the magnet card to great effect, but we haven't really played any of our cards. And until we do that, the Chinese think that we don't have political will.
Yep.
And I believe President Trump is trying to be generous to give Xi Jinping an off-ramp to get the China out of an impossible situation. But until we show them that we are willing to use that power, China's just going to run right over us.
What do you think a trade deal should look like, Gordon?
Well, I don't think we should be trading with China because they're using the proceeds of our trade to build up their military. But if you're going to have a trade deal, I think that certainly we have got to have higher tariffs on China than they have on us because of fentanyl. There's now that 20% fentanyl tariff that should be higher. We lost 48,000 Americans. Those were murders, not overdoses. So I think that a trade deal should be very one-sided.
Yesterday we were talking about this letter that Anna Paulina Luna sent to the Treasury. I want to get your take on this. The Florida Congresswoman is asking the Treasury to investigate billionaire business person Neville Roy Singham and his ties to Communist China, whether he's helping to fund CCP-linked radical groups in America. Here's the Congresswoman with me on this program this week. Watch.
He actually has been the #1 funder of these violent riots. Not even just that, but a lot of the political division and discord that you're seeing in this country goes back to Singham. He obviously is a massive ally of the Communist Chinese Party and is not a registered foreign agent, and so he needs to be investigated. But Neville Singham is an open, self-declared Maoist. He absolutely does not like what this country stands for. He is working on behalf of the Chinese government to essentially break America.
Gordon, it's not always obvious at the time that some of the violence that we see in America originates from radical groups who are prodded on by Communist China, our #1 adversary. And I feel like there's been this, this string of just Maoism raging through this economy. And, it does originate there. What about these people like this individual she's talking about?
Well, Neville Roy Singham, he's an American citizen, but he is in Shanghai. He's protected by the Chinese regime. And it's not just people like Singham, it's the regime itself. Now, we've got a way to deal with this. We can freeze his assets, as Secretary Bessent has talked about, but more important, we need to go after the Chinese banks that are handling this money, which is used to fund violent acts on American soil. But we know that these Chinese banks do more. They have taken over money laundering for the fentanyl gangs. They've actually taken over money laundering around the world, according to federal prosecutors, because these Chinese gangs use Chinese banking apps. And that means the Chinese regime knows what's happening, because no one can do anything through a Chinese bank without the knowledge and approval of the Communist Party from the top. But these Chinese banks, they also handle money for Iran and North Korea, and we can designate them pursuant to Section 311 of the USA Patriot Act to be a primary money laundering concern. That would mean that no U.S. bank could maintain a correspondent relationship with them, which means that they'd be out of the business of handling dollars. We have basically given the Chinese banks de facto immunity from U.S. laws, and so they've taken the advantage to the hill. We need to stop this immediately. By the way, President Trump in June 2017 did use a Section 311 designation against a small Chinese bank. We need to go after the bigger banks.
Unfortunately, when you look at how China is operating, it's aligning itself with our other adversaries like Iran. Iran is selling oil to China. That's going to continue, even if the UN snapback sanctions are imposed again on September 27th. China accounted for nearly 80% of Iran's oil exports last year. And those snapback sanctions accused Tehran of failing to abide by the 2015 deal, which was supposed to stop the country from developing a nuclear weapon. Your thoughts?
Well, China has been backing Iran for decades, including providing all that Iran needed to develop nuclear weapons. So it proliferated that technology and proliferated materials. There's a new report from an ex-Mossad official that details China's support for Iran, weapons and weapons parts, and also China's support for Hamas and Hezbollah. We also know that separately that China supports the Houthi militia as well. So that's all three of Iran's main proxy backers. This is really at the point where Iran would not have been able to assault Israel on October 7th were it not for China's support, which has been almost all in. China provides everything Iran needs except for soldiers. And this is a relationship that we can break as well, because it also involves money in the banks.
All right, Gordon, we'll be watching this developing story on and on. Thank you, Gordon. Gordon Chang, stay with us. We'll go right back.
Now, it's important to realize.
Forex.com.
It's important to realize the relationship between the Middle East conflict and China. China's buying the oil, supporting financially Iran to conduct the war through their proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah. We are giving China, I'll say, a international affairs pass to do it without putting too much pressure on China to stop it. China is building up their military for a potential excursion in Taiwan, which would reduce our hegemonic power in the Pacific. So these are all tied together, all right? Now, part of the reason that the BRICS are starting to become a little bit stronger, a little bit more belligerent, where countries are shying away from the dollar dominance, isn't so much the economy of the United States. It's our international affairs usage of the banking system and shutting down certain countries and using sanctions. There's a book called, I think, Paper Soldier. And it's about how the dollar it's losing its prowess in the world. Not because of our economic hardships, but because of the overusage of it by the national security state. And so when countries keep on hearing, you're going to be sanctioned if you don't do what the United States wants you to do, if they keep on hearing that their assets are going to be frozen in the banking system, they'll find ways to circumvent it, have their own banking network. not be so reliant on the US dollar. And hence they build relationships like the BRICS to offset the reliance on the US dollar. So this interplay that's going on here, that even though Gordon Chand said, well, we should be putting more pressure on China, by putting more pressure on China may actually exacerbate the reduction of the reliance on the US dollar, which would weaken it even further and cause disruptions potentially in our bond market. So there's this interplay that's happening with what China's doing with buying oil from Iran and our over usage of sanctions and the banking system to force international policy. All right, what I want to do is I want to play Stephen Miller here. I think he's talking about Kamala Harris.
Three, two, one.
J.D. Vance is a shapeshifter and a shifty guy. He understood that his default meanness wouldn't play against Tim Walz's sunny disposition when Tim fell for it and started nodding and smiling at JD's fake bipartisanship. I moaned to Doug, "What is happening?" I told the television screen, "You're not there to make friends with the guy who is attacking your running mate."
Who you helped pick. Here to react, Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Stephen, you know, we always have you on for these really serious issues, but you had to endure these 107 days along with all of us out there in the regular world. But what kind of a judge of people is she? Is she? She's trashing her former VP and pretty much anyone else who got in her way.
Yes, well, I think the most important point is that Kamala's biggest advantage as a candidate was the fact that she was put late into the race.
Yep.
Because it allowed the media to build this huge psyop to portray her as being bright and intelligent and gifted and talented. Time was her enemy.
Yep.
If she'd been running for 1,000 days, she would have finished at 10%. President Trump had to demolish her in 100 days, which took extraordinary skill to do. Let's also not forget, she was the vice president for 4 years. She wasn't some random lady off the street. She'd been running for the presidency as the vice president for the whole entire campaign. America knew her. And when they got to know her better, of course, because of President Trump's skills as a campaigner, she collapsed.
But Stephen, I think you're really selling her short because there are moments when the eloquence is almost too much to take. Watch.
I will confess to you that this might be a book of confessions in this interview. I will confess to you I do not have all the answers, Joy. Yeah. I mean, part of my reflection is that I don't have all the answers, especially now.
Then why would she ever be voted in?
That should have been on a bumper sticker. I don't have any answers.
Yeah, it's not really possible to decipher what her meaning is. But it just goes to the fact the Democratic Party isn't about candidates or individuals. It's a machine, right? Joe Biden is a void. He is an empty vessel. Kamala Harris is a void. She is an empty vessel. Chuck Schumer is a void. He is an empty vessel. The Democrat Party is an organization. It is a structure that delivers the exact same policies no matter who is in charge. Open borders, violent crime, domestic terrorism, high taxes, socialism, and unilateral economic surrender around the globe. That's what the Democratic Party is. And they choose nominees like Biden and like Harris. By the way, President Trump's the first candidate in history to be two general election candidates in one race, because they know that if they get elected, the donors will control them, the media will control them, the special interests will control them, the bureaucracy will control them.
Stephen, I want to move on to this news that the DOJ is considering indicting former FBI Director James Comey for allegedly lying to Congress. Your reaction tonight?
Well, I don't have any news to make on that subject of question, but I'm always happy to talk about disgraced former FBI Director James Comey, who of course is corrupt, who of course has been engaged in vast amounts of illicit and unlawful conduct, who of course was at the center of the Russiagate attack and assault on American democracy. There are so many people, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Monaco, all across the government under previous administrations who have worked tirelessly to try to dismantle our democracy. And it has to lead somewhere to accountability.
Got to be accountability. And in 20 seconds, this government shutdown, is it going to happen, or is this going to get averted?
Well, the Democrats are demanding free health care for illegal aliens. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have been clear. They will not fund law enforcement. They will not fund the military. They will not fund public safety. They will not fund the operations of the federal government that your tax dollars pay for unless they get free health care for illegal aliens. That is the biggest losing message and the biggest losing argument in American history. We will see if there's enough Democrat senators who are dumb enough to follow Chuck Schumer off the edge of that cliff.
All right, Stephen, thanks for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox
Stephen
News.
Miller. Stephen Miller is a jewel for America. Sharp, witty, and to the point. And I'll tell you. Okay, let's listen in about Mamdani here.
Zero helps me take my business anywhere I want.
Raising the next generation is a big job, but feeding them well, that should be deliciously simple. With Go Macro, there's a nourishing
Democracy sustains capitalism. Capitalism thrives in a democracy.
Wait,
And right
democracy?
now we are dealing with, as
I don't know. Sometimes I don't understand her. I want to listen to that again.
Democracy sustains capitalism.
Democracy sustains capitalism. Democracy sustains capitalism.
Thrives in a democracy. And right now we are dealing with, as I called him at my speech on the ellipse, a tyrant. We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now, Donald Trump.
Wait a minute. The liberals are are playing right out of the playbook of Marxism. They are Marxist, especially the ultra liberal. They're Marxist. To say that Trump is a communist is like, what? You're not even looking in the mirror. And we have a constitutional republic. We don't have a democracy. I don't even know what the hell she's talking about. Democracies are actually, in the purest form, democracies are bad because if it's mob rule. If the majority wants to take away your property rights are taken away. But in a constitutional republic, you are endowed with certain rights, like property rights.
There's words out there, but there's also incredible insults there. I don't know what she thinks she knows. We got Joe Concha.
She doesn't know anything. She's an idiot.
WR radio host, Hall of Famer. I understand. Democracy is capitalism. Yeah, that's a pretty good start. There's probably no one pushing capitalism more than Donald Trump. I mean, he's cutting taxes, he's deregulating, he's opening up energy, he's equalizing trade, he's building factories. So how does he get to be a communist dictator, Mark Simone? She said it. This is, the Charlie, I'll call it the Charlie Kirk moment still, okay? We're trying not to call names. We're trying not to be inflammatory. We're trying not to use the F word, fascist. So she shifts into calling Trump a communist dictator. I don't see how that's possible.
Well, he was a fascist, so this is a step down. I think this is one notch down. So
is it?
I don't know. I think the problem is they can't make the case against him. They can't figure out specifically policy.
Because he's right.
What exactly is wrong. So
this is what I meant.
They're just hysterical and hyperbolic.
This is the reason.
It's crazy. It's childish.
This is the reason why I said that the ultra liberal will eat itself. It's going to eat its own tail. I said this at the end of 2023, right when they were starting to protest about the Palestinian cause and they were going against Israel and all that. I've said this is all going to play out, and what's going to happen is their logic will eat themselves. And Harris is a classic example. Trump is not a communist dictator. He's not Stalin. Obama was close to Stalin, but in terms of his philosophy, Obama was a Marxist. Flat out, he was a Marxist. Hillary Clinton was a Marxist. And the sad thing is a lot of these elite institutions are producing Marxists. Trump is closer to Reagan, and Reagan was all about capitalism. Now, maybe he went a little bit too far with opening up markets, called liberalization of markets. With Thatcher, there's an argument to say that maybe he was pushing a little bit too hard with the liberalization of markets and not really, paying attention to geopolitical stability. But that's left for debate. But the thing is that the Republican Party is not a party of communism. I mean, it was under Obama, during Lehman, where there was lots of bailouts, for banks and AIG collapse and all this stuff. The whole TARP thing was coming out under Obama. And the major injection of funds for TARP by the Federal Reserve, that was all under Obama. Now, some of it started under Bush. You got to remember, Lehman blows up at like September. The election's in November. So you had September, October, November, December, parts of January. So about 5 months of this was under Bush Jr.'s tenure. But navigating after Lehman and trying to build a recovery, that was all under Obama. And many of those policies were close to communism. Now, we weathered the storm and things ended up to be better, but this gets to a deeper point here. Is Keynesianism socialism? Is Keynesian economics socialism, where the Austrian school of economics through Hayek is more capitalistic? I would say so. But there are moments in time where the social system is starting to collapse and you have to do injection of funds and try to prevent deflation. But the problem is that we have now technocrats in government constantly hitting the Keynesian button and leading the country into socialism. And this is exactly the problem that we have in England. This is exactly the problem that we have in France. Too much debt, too much money has been printed by the central banks, too many social programs that the countries can't afford, porous borders that lead to instability in the society because of illegal immigration. These are all recipes for disaster. And these are all on the menu for liberal policies. So is Trump a communist dictator? Oh, she's saying that because he wants to make the city safe. So if Trump doesn't go into the cities and clean it up, these Democrat mayors, they're going to continue to have their city go into the gutter, literally. They've had plenty of time, years, to clean up their city. And it takes someone, a new sheriff in town, aka Donald Trump, to actually clean it up. Oh, that's being a dictator. Well, why didn't you clean it up without him? Isn't that your job, Mr. or Mrs. Mayor in the Democratic city? You just pick which one you want. All right, you got that issue. She's probably saying, oh, it's a communist dictator because the United States government is going to be taking shares, a 10% stake in Intel. Well, wait a minute here. It was under the Biden administration of the CHIP Act. And if we're giving money to a company, shouldn't we get a little bit of stake in it? So when we do sell the shares, that the Treasury gets some money out of it, their money back? That actually makes a lot of sense. Now, I think what's happening is that with this sovereign wealth fund that's being established, it's going to be able to invest in key technologies for economic growth, but also for military prowess. But if you go too far into purchasing into different companies, then you're moving towards state takeover, and I'm against that. But Trump is not at that point. So where's the communism here? It's actually very capitalistic that he's doing. Where's the communism? Oh, if you go and push back on the Democratic Party who are Marxists, then you must be the evil one. You must be the communist. So they're calling the Republican Party what they really are. By far, the Democratic Party are Marxists, especially the ultra-left.
Angry, it's just crazy. It's Trump derangement syndrome.
Right, there you go. There you go.
Derangement syndrome.
But what was she referring? I couldn't figure out what it was. She's going through democratic capitalism or democracy and capitalism. Okay, I like that. How did that get to Trump get to be a communist dictator? I don't know. It's a stupid thing, and I don't want to dwell on it because how do you get there?
Trying to figure out what Kamala Harris says is like trying to decipher the Da Vinci Code. I mean, you're applying logic to a person who is a human Chernobyl when she speaks outside of a teleprompter. She never has spoken well in these situations. This book should be called The Book That No One Asked For. Instead, who writes a book about 107 days of the worst presidential campaign, I think we could argue, of our lifetimes, probably the worst moments of
It's as simple as this. It's really simple. It's all about the money. She gets an advancement. She pushes out a book. It's all about the money. Isn't it fascinating that Barack Obama, for his memoirs, he was advanced $10 million? $10 million. Now I'm listening to his book. I'm doing an audio book for his book, so I can put it in 1.5 speed. But I'm a little bit more than halfway through his memoirs. And it's important to listen to the memoirs of different presidents to get the arc of history, all right? Because when they do these things, when these politicians do these memoirs, it gives you a really important slice of history from their vantage point, all right? With Barack Obama, it's being a minority, dealing with a father that was absent, the trials and tribulations of growing up in America, moving up the political ladder, and the successes and the failures for different campaigns at the local level or even at the federal level. And then the trials and tribulations of trying to ramp down the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, the battle between his administration and the Pentagon. I mean, it's fascinating to see, especially when you couple it with reading the memoirs of George Bush Jr. and his book on, it was called Decision Points, which I listened to years back, maybe 5 years ago. Or the book on some of the books that George Bush Sr. wrote about his whole life, going from, early childhood all the way through the war years, World War II, and then, his schooling and his campaigns, his businesses, what he went through throughout his whole arc of life. So when you see these slices of history through the lens of a politician or the lens of a president, or I also listened to the memoirs of Ted Kennedy. It's fascinating because that's going from the 1940s all the way right before he passes away from brain cancer. So you look at these in a Venn diagram of these different major figures in U.S. politics, and you start to see a bigger picture that is happening. But the key here is that they had an arc of history. She doesn't have an arc of history. What did she focus on? The 107 days. It's all about her. It's 170. Well, it's only a campaign that was barely a campaign. And it was a failed campaign, a fake campaign. She had to lie to her donors of what the actual results were with the polling to get more money from the donors. They had to lie about the polls to get the money. It's a party of thievery, quite literally. No substance. So the point I'm making here is that, and even though I didn't like Barack Obama, there was an arc of history there that one could pull from and learn from, especially when you couple it with some of the other presidents. It'll be fascinating to really see the memoirs of Trump and the ghostwriter for Biden. Because Biden's career, it has a large arc too, very similar probably to Ted Kennedy, because of such a long history in the Senate. And then obviously the executive branch. But there's an arc of history. Even though I didn't like Biden, there's an arc of history. So when someone's going to write something, especially in this genre, you got to have some history. Where's the history of her? It's all about her. This is the problem about DEI. There's nothing really there. There's no substance. There's never substance. You just have to just probe it a little bit, and you scratch the surface, and there's nothing there. It's all fairy dust.
$2.5 billion in cash. I love Jimmy Fallon's line that he said on Fox yesterday. He said, "This is the first book that begins in Chapter 11." Because they blew through $1.5 billion.
$1.5 billion.
Yeah, and ended up in debt, believe it or not.
And this phrase is in the book, you think, that is calling Trump a communist?
Yes. Communist, dictator, like all authoritarian, all the greatest hits that lost her every swing state in the popular vote. So we talk about return on investment in business. $1.5 billion got her no swing states, no popular vote, and Republicans went back to the Senate. But besides that, why not write a book on that?
In her defense, she may not have actually read the book, so I don't know. Anyway, they said it was the worst campaign ever. the book tour, is the worst campaign I've ever seen.
That's true. Nobody, I can't get anyone to agree with me on this, but a Democrat or two or three should get up.
If your pet goes from weird to weirder, grouchy to
should get up and say, look, I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said, but they should have gone to Arizona. They should have taken part in the eulogy and the service in the memorial. There's no reason why they couldn't. There were a bunch of Democrats that voted for the resolution on the floor of the House, right? That was a good start. Somebody should have gone to Arizona, because the path they're going down now, with all this name calling, including this stuff, is a catastrophe for the party. And their polls are catastrophic. I'll say it again. The Washington Post poll, whatever that's worth, Trump is +7 on the economy, he's +13 on immigration, he's +22 on crime. If I had polls like that, I would be making peace in Arizona and elsewhere.
Well, yeah, whenever the Democrats are really out of power, it happened after Dukakis' lost. They go to the far left and the crazies take over and run things for about 2 years. About 2 years in, then a Bill Clinton shows up and rises up and leads.
It's lasting longer.
Yeah, that figure has not emerged yet.
Right. That's the problem. It's been going on since AOC.
My role in life is not to renovate the Democratic Party. I'm just saying, that's what I would do. I mean, I would try to make peace. It was, what did he say? It was a sister soldier moment when Clinton rebelled against, everything was racist, Now, what about the Jimmy Kimmel story, part of this story, Joe Concha?
Well, he's back on the air last night. He didn't apologize to Charlie Kirk's family, Erica Kirk. He basically did this. It was a weasel way of doing it. He said, if anybody was offended by my remarks, no, you said that this shooter, just days after Charlie was executed, was part of the MAGA gang. So he could have said, I got it wrong. It was inappropriate to say something like that so soon, and I regret it. Instead, he went down that route. Then he lied right after, of course, because that's what he does. He's a prolific one, where he said that Donald Trump actually took Stephen Colbert on CBS off the air. I'll give you 40 million reasons why Stephen Colbert is going off the air, because he was losing $40 million a year while getting paid $20 million in salary. That is not a sustainable business model. The same thing goes for Kimmel. And then even on Colbert last night, you had Gavin Newsom, not, Rickles, not Burt Reynolds, Sinatra, like we saw during Carson. You have Gavin Newsom on there saying the most deplorable things about ICE agents, and look what happened today. Not blaming Gavin Newsom, but they have to your point, turn down the temperature, because this is not acceptable anymore.
Yeah, I mean...
Trump must be a dictator. Trump must be a communist dictator by kicking out illegals that shouldn't be here. That's Harris's policy. Follow the logic of that one. Or why was it that they couldn't shut down the border, yet Trump was able to prevent illegals from coming over the border? Wasn't she the border czar? Why did she fail so miserably?
Stability someplace. The public is just going to go. The Dems are losing that battle very, very badly. Very, very badly. Now, in a very polite way, however, Marksman, I did enjoy the fact that Donald Trump yesterday basically told Democratic leadership to pound sand. He refuses to negotiate a continuing resolution which will spend more money, reopen the borders, stop the ICE, stop the crime. Men can still participate in women's basketball. In other words, they wanted to essentially overturn one big, beautiful bill, and Mr. Trump said, pound sand, I'm not going to meet with you. Now, he said it politely, by the way, in a very civil manner.
Absolutely. They try to terrify you with this government shutdown. We've been through, I think, 47 of them in our lifetime. There was one that lasted 111 days. Nobody even remembers it. And every time I see Chuck Schumer, I think I want to shut down the government.
Yeah.
I look at that and I don't want any more of that.
Yeah.
But Trump was brilliant at the UN. He told him, I solved 7 wars. I never heard from you, not even a phone call. Right. No help. I offered to redo your building for $500 million. Instead, you wasted $3 billion and got nothing for it.
Couldn't even get an escalator that works.
Yeah.
He kicks some butt. He kicks some butt at the UN.
And I don't know if anybody can tell me what the heck they do at the UN all day long. What do they do there?
Total waste.
I don't know what they do there.
Total waste.
Candidate Mamdani is now up 20 points. Joe, what do you think of that?
There's just no movement.
On the way out.
Yeah, just Cuomo, there's just no momentum behind Cuomo. Adams is still in the race. Curtis Sliwa, I feel horrible for him, but so many Republicans have moved out of New York to Florida. It's really hard for a Republican to run in this city at this point. So
I don't know if those numbers are right, but
the reality of the situation is Mamdani is a communist.
Increasing his lead against everybody.
Even if they're half right, he's still up by 10, So run on a runway here. It's late September.
Well,
it's late earlier.
It's just one of those college polls. And I don't know that Cuomo's even in the race. He still hasn't opened a campaign headquarters anywhere.
Is that right?
I gotta get out, but good for them. They're calling their president a communist dictator. They're nominating Mamdani for mayor of New York, or electing Mamdani for mayor of New York. They're having a rough summer in fall. That's what I said.
If he was a communist dictator, they'd support him.
That's a happy note, Dan.
The bottom line is this. Think about what Harris stated in the opening of that video. Democracy supports capitalism. Capitalism flourishes under democracy. I think I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like that. But if the city of capitalism in the United States is New York City, and I think that is a very strong argument to maintain, then why would you want a communist to run the city of New York? Capitalism doesn't flourish under communism. It never has. It's like antimatter. Communism is antimatter to capitalism. Marxism is antimatter to a constitutional republic. We can't have Mamdani. But yet, young people that are having difficulties economically think that the path forward is to have communism. And this happened in the 1920s in different countries and in different pockets of the United States. And also the worry during the Great Depression. Now there's some counterfactual aspects that what if Germany won World War I? Would there have been a Hitler? Would there have been a Lenin or a Stalin? I mean, think about that for a second. If Germany won World War I, would we even have had the literature from and the push for Leninism? Probably not. Would we have had a Mamdani? Probably not. Now, I'm not just saying that, Germany should have won World War I, but it's interesting to play the counterfactual and listen and kind of just think about some of the problems that we have today do go back to how the war ended in World War I. But what's more important is to realize that can a city like New York continue to grow despite a mayor like Mamdani? And it's unknown. It's an unknown test. If the society becomes less safe, more expensive, there will be a white flight out of the city. The question is how powerful will the city council be in being the antimatter to Mamdani? All right, we're gonna play some commentary about Trump's speech at the UN by, I think his name is Murray Douglas. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the magnesium and zinc. This will boost up your immune system and your brain function. Super important. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with immune system, brain function, and your skin. Take them together, drink it with filtered water. Boost up that immune system. You really do need to take this during the fall and the winter. But you should be taking this every day to slow down the aging process and to boost up your memory function, which is super important, especially after the aftershock of 2020. But taking this for this fall and winter is exceedingly important because of the number of incidences that are starting to pop up. So please be prepared for the fall and the winter season.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is all new. What can PDF solutions with AI do for your marketing needs in one spot? An AI assistant, show you what you got. AI breakdowns on.
Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration.
There was a fiery speech at the United Nations and President Trump blasting European allies over their handling of immigration and comparing the situation to the border crisis that he fixed when he took over for a second term. New York Post columnist Douglas Murray knows both countries well, and I was saying in the break to you that I wish I could have had a camera on all of the European leaders who were sitting there listening to this, because some of them might have agreed, even if they couldn't show it, or some of them might have felt very uncomfortable knowing that their populations also agree.
Yes, it was an extraordinary speech by the president. At the stage of the UN, people are meant to say sort of diplomatic bromides, and he certainly didn't do that. The issue that he raised of illegal migration is one that, as you mentioned, every developed country is suffering through. The interesting thing is that despite suffering through it, with countries like the UK, France, and so on, having historic, unprecedented levels of illegal and legal migration, the extraordinary thing is that the leaders of those countries recognize that they have a problem, but they never face up to it. And they certainly never do anything to reverse it. Even purportedly conservative parties in most of these countries won't talk about repatriation or forced migration, remigration of people who've broken into their countries. And of course, what Donald Trump is demonstrating in America is that this is not a necessarily one-way fatalistic issue. It's something which, if you do have a problem that's got out of hand, you can reverse. Whether or not his counterparts have listened or indeed even observed what President Trump has managed to achieve in his first year of his return to office, we'll see.
Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, was on with Jesse Waters last night, speaking to the broader message that she said the president was delivering.
The president took a sledgehammer to the failing globalist world order. He talked about how all of these countries need to have pride in themselves, like we do here in the United States of America. They should be proud of their own heritage and culture. And Japan is beautiful, and Italy is beautiful, and the UK is beautiful because they all have their own unique history and culture and heritage, and they need to protect that just like we are doing here.
Is there a resurgence of this idea happening? Let's just talk about the UK, where my husband's flying home today from there, and he's very worried about the country of his birth, and he's very glad to be an American right now.
Yes, there's huge concern in each of these countries, and it affects the domestic policy. It also affects, as Marco Rubio referenced yesterday, it affects the foreign policy of these countries. They have to do things that on the world stage because of domestic political pressure from people who've recently entered the country. I am very worried about this. I've written about this for some decades now. President Trump's completely right that if you have an open borders policy and you allow legal and illegal migration to run riot, your countries change. They just change fundamentally. He's completely correct that that's the case, for instance, in the United Kingdom. And it doesn't change for the better. You get this problem where you can't celebrate yourself, you celebrate all other cultures except your own culture. You've got to venerate all traditions other than your own. This is certainly the case in the UK, France, it's become the case in Canada and elsewhere. And as I've also said for many years now, this leads to another problem, which is if you don't love your country and if you don't love your history, I don't see that any country has a future.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Douglas, it's sobering and it was grim, but also President Trump's speech was very blunt and fascinating. Lots to dissect there. Thank you for being on our show.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and
we're gonna talk about the Comey indictment here on MSNBC. They're obviously gonna try to demonize Trump because they hate Trump. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Myotrol. Myotrol is super important to take if you're 40 years of age, male or female, to build muscle. Do resistance training. This will help with the gene expression to build muscle. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans for that gene expression to build that muscle and to maintain that muscle. Super important. When you get older, it's harder to build muscle and you start to atrophy. And your aging process starts to accelerate. But if you do resistance training and take the proper supplementation, you will slow down that aging process. And it's very important to improve your back muscles for better lymphatic flow and blood flow. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol will also help with the health of your mitochondria so you have more ATP. Omega-3, super important for cardiovascular health. It'll help to bring down inflammation, help to improve your lipid profile, and reduce the stickiness of red blood cells. This is very important for cardiovascular health. Take it every day, but especially for the fall and the winter. Why? Because there's something going around. I don't need to tell you what it is because you know what it is. And it causes clots. You better be prepared. But if you don't want to be prepared, it's your own damn fault. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I'm talking about fibrinolytics. Nattokinase is a fibrinolytic. It'll help to break up clots. It's synergistic with omega-3. It also helps to control your lipid profile. Helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels so there's less plaque buildup. So if you take these together, it's helping your cardiovascular health, especially if you do some cardiovascular training. Now, it's also synergistic for the fall and the winter. Why? Because it's fibrinolytic. Olive leaf extract brings down inflammation systemically and at the vascular level. That will help your immune system and reduce the chances of plaque formation. It also helps to bring down your LDL and increase your HDL levels. Super important. You should be taking this every day. So a great stack to slow down the aging process and to help you during the fall and the winter. All right. To take the olive leaf extract, the omega-3, and the nattokinase, and then add in the Myotrol to help with the musculature and slow down that aging process. It works. And when you are boosting up your immune system, you're going to be able to weather a storm better, especially this fall and winter. Because you need to start paying attention to the wastewater. You need to start paying attention to your environment. I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of people that are sniffling. I'm willing to bet there are a lot of people that aren't feeling too well right now. And it's going to get worse. Be prepared. Because if you keep on pulsing your body with exposure to it, you're going to have a lower effective CD4 positive count. And that affects your immune system. You need to boost up your immune system. I've been saying this for 5 years, and that there are going to be aftershocks, and there are going to be problems, and there's going to be the big C, and there's going to be early onset of dementia, and there's going to be autoimmune disorders, and a dysregulation of the immune system. And it's all happening. It's all happening. Be prepared this fall and winter. All right.
It is day 248 of the second Trump administration. And tonight, MSNBC is reporting that former FBI Director Jim Comey, on your screen right there, is expected to be indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia. According to our reporters, if it goes forward, sources believe the Justice Department will accuse Comey of lying to Congress in 2020 about whether he authorized leaks of information. And the 5-year statute of limitations runs out next week.
Now think about this for a sec. What happened to Bannon and to Navarro? They refused to testify, and they were jailed. You would think that what Comey did is even worse, because he lied to Congress. But let's just roll that back a little bit, because the statute of limitations is coming. So he lied during his September 30th, 2020 testimony?
Accused Comey of lying to Congress in 2020 about whether he authorized leaks of information. And the 5-year statute of limitations runs out next week. It comes as Trump has renewed pressure on Attorney General Mamdani to investigate his political rivals, including, of course, the former FBI director. Just this Saturday, Trump said Comey, along with California Senator Adam Schiff and New York Attorney General Letitia James, were, quote, guilty as hell, and that nothing was being done about it. And please remember, the top prosecutor, this couldn't be more important, the top prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia was fired and replaced with one of Trump's personal lawyers after he refused to indict New York's Attorney General. Joining me now to discuss is one of the superstar reporters who got this scoop, my dear friend Ken Delaney, an MSNBC and intelligence correspondent. Ken, walk us through this. This is your reporting. What do we need to know? Like, what is he like? Walk us through what they're even accusing him of specifically.
It's not really clear to us, because these are facts that have been known for a long time. They've been the subject of Inspector General reports and Senate testimony. What we think they're focusing on is an answer that he gave to Ted Cruz in that September 2020 hearing that you mentioned. The statute of limitations lapses on Tuesday for this, where Cruz asked him about a previous question that had been put to him by Senator Grassley back in 2017 about whether he had authorized the leak of information. And there's a thing that happened during the Crossfire Hurricane matter, and during those days when the FBI was investigating Trump and Russia, where his deputy, Andrew McCabe, had talked to the Wall Street Journal about a story about a criminal investigation of the Clinton Foundation. And Comey said that he didn't authorize that, and Comey testified under oath. No, I didn't authorize that. Now, McCabe has apparently said that he did, but the Inspector General looked into it and found that, in fact, there was no evidence that Comey authorized it, and concluded that he didn't. So on this flimsy rod, a perjury charge appears to be being constructed here, and they're going to accuse him of lying to Congress, a few days before the statute of limitation lapses. And Steph, I gotta say, if you had told me the day after Donald Trump was elected, that 8 months into the term, this is where we would be with the criminal justice system and the Justice Department, I would have said, Stephanie, let's not go too far. I mean, come on. I mean, this is really incredible. People need to understand what's going on here. The White House is calling the shots on who gets indicted, essentially. And Donald Trump posts on Truth Social to his Attorney General, we need to charge these people. He mentions Comey, he mentions Letitia James. He fires the U.S. attorney, his own appointee, a Republican, who had been resisting, and who said, wait a second, there's not enough evidence to file these charges. So he gets rid of that guy and brings in a person with no prosecutorial experience, his former defense lawyer, Lindsey Halligan, to be the new U.S. attorney, and now they're going forward. It's just incredible.
Can you just back that part up just one more second? I want you to underline it. The U.S. attorney that he punted from Virginia was not some Biden holdover, right? Because they love to say, no, this is about politics. It was a Trump appointee.
Absolutely. The man Donald Trump picked to run that office. list. Now, he's a former DC police officer. He's a really interesting guy. He was a career prosecutor, though. He worked in the office, a nonpartisan career prosecutor, but clearly he was a MAGA guy because they picked him. They're vetting all these people. They're not doing this they're not picking closet Democrats to run these U.S. attorneys' offices. But he also is a man of integrity, and he looked at the evidence and said, there's no case here, both on the Tish James matter, we're told, and on this Comey matter. And so they showed him the door. They unceremonious, and Trump bragged about it. He said, Eric Siebert actually, the U.S. attorney, he actually resigned under pressure. But Trump then went on social media and said, he didn't quit, I fired him. Proudly he did so. And now they're moving forward with these cases. Now, there's still some question, I think, as to whether the grand juries in these cases will actually go forward with the indictment. We've seen grand juries in other contexts resisting some of the things that Trump prosecutors are trying to do, Steph.
All right, I can't let you go until we talk about the other major story tonight in Dallas. A deadly sniper attack at a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility. What do we know?
Yes, well, this is a really obviously horrible situation, and we don't know everything yet about the motive, but we do know that the FBI found bullets, one of which was inscribed with the message anti-ICE. And this man, the shooter, was perched on a rooftop, and he fired an assault rifle indiscriminately into a crowd of both ICE agents and migrants, and he hit migrants. But authorities clearly believe he was aiming for ICE agents, and this appears to be part of a kind of a wave of left-wing violence going back to Luigi Mangione allegedly killing the United Healthcare CEO in New York, and of course the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So, and obviously there's been right-wing motivated political violence as well. We're in a situation now where the extremes on both sides are deciding that they need to kill people to make their political points in this country, and there's ample weapons around for them to do it, and it's a really horrible situation. So 1 migrant dead, 2 wounded, no ICE agents killed, and the shooter dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
My goodness, Ken, thank you so much. Really important reporting. I appreciate you joining us tonight. Let's bring in our nightcap. Edmund McNorris-Santoro is here, reporter for Notice. Katie Drummond, global editorial director for Wired. And let's point out that Wired has been en fuego in the last 6 months. Their most recent issue explores big tech's influence over the government. And let's be clear, it's been really big. And David Litt is here, former presidential speechwriter and author of the book, It's Only Drowning, a true story of learning to surf and the pursuit of common ground. David, the president has made absolutely no secret about wanting his Justice Department to go after his political enemies. Your thoughts on this Comey indictment? Because, all these things we could say, like, this is crazy, I can't believe it's happening. The president has said this was going to happen over and over and over.
I think that's an important point, because my first reaction was, this is crazy, I can't believe this is happening. But I think what you're saying and getting to is, it's not just what the president wants. We know that what he wants is to reverse the order where he says, this person is guilty, we don't know of what yet, we'll find out, we'll figure it out if they don't like Trump. What is remarkable is, yet again, that the Republican Party is letting him do this. I'm thinking about Alberto Gonzales, George W. Bush's Attorney General. They replaced, 6 U.S. attorneys, or 8 or 9, some small number, but with loyal Bushies was the phrase. And he had to resign because that was such a big scandal. Trump has now replaced every U.S. attorney with somebody who is loyal to MAGA. And in fact, he replaced his own MAGA attorney with an even more loyal MAGA attorney. And yet Republicans in the Senate, they're not saying anything about it because they're fine with it.
What is Pam Bondi's role here? If the president is making it clear, if he's publicly saying, this is what we're doing, this is who we're going for, this idea of 3 separate but equal branches of government, which is hugely important to the foundation and structure of our country, feels like it's going by the wayside.
What was the administration said from the beginning, right? That the DOJ serves the president.
And
every agency
Trump
serves the
wanted
president.
in his first term.
That's right. And it was hard to pull off them. But this idea of the Senate not getting involved is very important. But this is also a thing where...
But Stephanie, you don't understand. Trump is trying to take out the deep state. Are you denying the fact that there's a deep state that tries to circumvent his presidency? Either Trump 1.0 or 2.0? What about the deep state with the lawfare? Stephanie Rule, you need to wake up. It's about the deep state.
This is kind of Trump trying to prove his point, right? Because you look back, he looks at all the prosecutions that he faced as being fake, trumped up charges, political charges. Now there are political charges. And so they can sort of point at those and say, look, you know, like I said, political charges, everybody loves to do it. We're doing them now because they were done to us. This is kind of what, this is a messaging thing as much as it is kind of a actual legal thing, right? But the other part of this really is this thing that this president thinks that the entire government, the executive branch serves at his pleasure to do what he wants it to do. This is a thing that his people believe, and he has not had anybody tell him otherwise in the U.S. Senate from the people who are in power there.
Why do it this way? Is the president hurting his own retribution agenda by publicly naming the people he wants Mamdani to go after?
No.
Well, it certainly doesn't seem like it so far.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and ad-free videos on the YouTube Kids app, so kids can bounce the Kids box.
The problem is that the deep state. The problem is the deep state, including the Pentagon, the deep state has been trying to erode the actual power of the presidency. All right, that's a real thing, and even Barack Obama was saying it in his. He noticed it when he was trying to ramp down. Think about this for a second. Barack Obama. I'm not a fan of Barack Obama, but Barack Obama, in his memoir, states that when he was trying to ramp down the war in Afghanistan and accelerate the withdrawal, the Pentagon went against him, and he had to bring the generals into the Oval Office and bitch at them for why they were not following his orders. Now, see, this is a classic example. Even if you don't like the person, in this case Barack Obama, but according to MSNBC in modern time, it's about Trump. But the reality is there is a deep state that tries to circumvent the power of the presidency. And that's a real problem. And Trump has been talking about this. And that deep state involves the FBI, the CIA, that involves the Pentagon, that involves these different bloated out agencies. And so now you have a person that's trying to manage it all, maybe even prune the tree, and the system is kicking back. The system is having a hissy fit. But it's in his privy. Now, if he's so egregious, I am sure that the legislative body will come in and curtail it. But that's not the case. But the thing is that if you really believe that there's not a deep state holding back presidential power, no matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat, then you're not really awake, because there is this whole thing about the military-industrial complex that's wrapped up, that if you go against it, then somehow, some way, they'll try to circumvent your power. Well, that's not in line with the intent of the Constitution and the three branches of government. So is it Trump pushing back on the deep state? And if so, why are you demonizing him for it? Or is he just trying to exercise power? So if I'm right, which I'm sure I am, then Stephanie is on the side of the deep state, trying to circumvent the power of the presidency. And the deep state doesn't have any authority. They're beholden to the president or to the legislative body. Now, the problem is that the legislative body has a tendency to not to truly do real oversight. A lot of talk, no action.
So far, I mean, he's been able to get away with this for months and months on end. And I think, one thing that stands out to me as someone who is not as close to these types of issues as the two of you is with Trump so often, right? Like, the chaos is the point. So he can publicly name and publicly shame and point fingers and get on X and post whatever he wants. It's incredibly difficult for the average American to keep up with, okay, this guy's in, this guy's out, this guy's indicted, Comey, what did he do again, right? It all sort of collides together into this giant ball of chaos where what's happening is ultimately despicable, But the average American, I think, has a very difficult time even discerning what Trump is up to here.
And they're exhausted by it. Let's turn to the looming government shutdown.
Oh, Trump must be the bad guy.
Something, right? Whether or not Jim Comey is indicted isn't on people's mind, but a government shutdown can and will be. And I want to share what Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said earlier today. Watch this.
And we Democrats definitely want to avert a shutdown.
Okay.
We know how bad it is. And we're asking something very simple, Joe, for the president to sit down and talk with us. You know, he's not the king. He can't just dictate what happens. Ask the Republicans first. They control the show. They have the presidency, they have the Senate, they have the House. So they're in charge. And God forbid there's a shutdown, which we don't want. American people are going to know they're in charge and say, what the heck?
Well, who do you think would own a shutdown? Whose messaging looks stronger? Because to Katie's point,
Trump is basically saying you're not getting extensions on the insurance. Obamacare. Trump's basically saying you're not in charge anymore, Democrats. This isn't about, you know, us capitulating, the Republican Party capitulating to the Democratic whims. So it's going to be obviously on Schumer's fault, not Trump's fault. Election has consequences, and the Democratic Party lost. Why? Because they're too ultra-liberal. They accelerated our debt. They've caused deficit issues. They caused social programs to be ineffective and non-productive. The society, the zeitgeist, is moving from liberalism to conservatism. Things are changing, Schumer. And by the way, you need to learn how to cook, because it doesn't look like you know how to make a cheeseburger.
the messages rarely get to the majority of the American people, but the impact does.
Usually with the shutdown, whoever is deemed the one causing the shutdown is the one that suffers politically, whichever party. And I think in this case, Trump may be snatching defeat from the jaws of victory here. I mean, I was worried as a
I don't know what that means.
Me neither. Yeah. In other words, I think that what Chuck Schumer and some of the other Democrats were having this public debate of should we shut down the government.
Mm-hmm.
If you're debating should we shut down the government, and then the government shuts down, people will say, well, clearly you decided to shut down the government. But now Trump is not even meeting with Democrats. And so suddenly he's the one who seems that he's being too stubborn, that he's the one saying, I don't care what happens. And you see Schumer saying, all right, I might seize that opportunity. So I'm now losing track, but I would say that was the defeat that Trump may be snatching from the jaws of victory.
I think that the shutdown is actually going to strengthen Trump because the ultra-liberals are out of fucking control. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the zeolite. This will help to detoxify your body. Get rid of heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink the filtered water. Do that every day. If you want a heavier detox, take 10 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink the filtered water. Do that every day until the bottle's done. Do that once or twice a year. But it is better to do it daily. 3 small drop protocol. Please go to my store and get the zeolite. Super important to improve your immune system and your endocrine system. And oh, by the way, when you detoxify your body on a regular basis, you're helping your other organ systems like your brain, like your liver, like your kidneys, even your bladder. Resveratrol. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression. It also gets rid of cells that need to go, get cells that are in senescence, get them to go into apoptosis, so you're getting rid of senescent cells. It helps with the health of the mitochondria, so you have more energy. And when you take this on a regular basis, it's actually slowing down the aging process. Super important. It stacks very well with C60, clarity factor, NAD+, ubiquinol. It's a great supplement to take. I've been taking it for decades. So please go to my store and take the resveratrol. Super important. If you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking the vitamin B complex. The first 4 B vitamins helps with the mitochondrial health to boost up your energy levels. It improves your cellular metabolism so your tissues perform better. And it has B12. It's going to protect your neurons. You need to protect those neurons when you get older, but especially after the 2020 crisis, because one of the aftershocks of the 2020 crisis is early onset of dementia. I'm just saying. Clarity factor. It allows you to concentrate, gets rid of that brain fog, and over time increase that neuroplasticity. So your dendritic connections are improved, you're thinking faster, and you have improved memory. Take it every day, drink it with filtered water. And like I said, it stacks well with resveratrol and C60. So a great stack, help with your brain function. Clarity factor, help with youthful gene expression, resveratrol. And resveratrol also helps the basal layer for your skin, so your skin's going to improve. You ever wonder why people that take resveratrol actually look younger? Well, I just told you why. And vitamin B complex, protect those neurons and rev up that metabolism. It's a great stack. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All caps, discount 5, $5 off. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. You will need that free gift for the fall and winter. Something's coming and you need to prepare.
Build a website you love with Wix. Make every detail yours.
Former FBI Director James Comey may be indicted soon, sources tell CNN. That President Trump's Justice Department is close to deciding on whether to charge Comey with lying to Congress. The testimony in question happened on September 30th, 2020, when Comey appeared before Congress to answer questions about his handling of the investigation into Russia's meddling in the 2016 election. You see him there. This was during COVID, of course, so he's doing it from home or from work. Under the law, prosecutors only have 5 years to the day to bring such a charge. If a grand jury does approve the case in the coming days, this would be one of the highest profile indictments in President Trump's second term. And this comes after President Trump made blatant public directives to his Attorney General, Mamdani, to prosecute his political enemies, including Comey. And of course, he fired a U.S. attorney for not bringing criminal charges against his opponents. CNN Crime and Justice correspondent Caitlin Polans, CNN Senior Justice correspondent Evan Perez join us now. So, Caitlin, what are prosecutors doing right now before they run out of time?
Well, to the best of our knowledge, they are getting ready to present a case to a federal grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia. So that's part of the federal court system in Virginia, where a lot has gone down in the past few days. What we do know about this is the contours of what has to happen between now and Tuesday. So we know that the prosecutors are looking at the possibility that James Comey lied to Congress. That's according to sources that Evan and I have. And we also know that possible perjury charge, there's a deadline to bring it, because in the federal court system, you have 5 years to bring a charge. And that testimony Comey gave, it was on September 30th of 2020. September 30th? That's next Tuesday, and grand juries don't sit every day. What day will the Justice Department be able to go before a secret grand jury in one of the federal courthouses in the Eastern District of Virginia? Today's possibility, tomorrow, Monday, not a lot of time, and they will have to convince those grand jurors.
It will be bullshit.
14 and 22 people to vote yes.
If they don't indict him because of a statute of limitation issue, then obviously Bondi was slow walking it. Another example of deep state interference.
We know that there have also been several different investigations around Jim Comey over the years after he was the FBI director. A lot of scrutiny there. He's the person that Donald Trump was posting on social media about over the weekend, saying no talk, all action, no talk, justice must be served, mentioning what about Comey? This situation, we don't know the exact details of what this indictment will say, but we are waiting to see exactly what emerges out of the federal.
We don't know specifically what he's accused of lying about.
That's right.
That's interesting. And Evan, the Eastern District of Virginia, the U.S. Attorney's Office there, we've been talking about that.
Yeah, we were talking about this
Friday. Yeah, remind everybody.
Well, Eric Siebert was the U.S. attorney there. He was the acting U.S. attorney, and he was picked by Donald Trump to run that office. And we know that one of the things that he's been investigating, not only Comey, but also the investigation into alleged mortgage fraud by Letitia James, who is the New York Attorney General who brought the civil fraud cases against Trump and his company. Siebert and his prosecutors there were balking at that case in particular, which led Trump over the weekend to essentially lash out at Mamdani and at Siebert. He fired him on Friday, and he installed on Monday Lindsay Halligan, who is one of his former attorneys. And so she took office on Monday, Jake, and she has now been seen in the last few days at the Justice Department. Surely this is among the cases that she's looking at to see when they could bring it. And as Caitlin points out, we don't know when they'll do it, but they certainly have to make a decision between now and Tuesday.
Siebert, conservative, and bringing a bunch of immigration cases, worked his way up through the office of the U.S. Attorney's Office.
And his one sin, according to Trump, is that he had the support of the two Virginia Democratic senators.
Which is how it worked. We also know his real sin was he didn't bring charges, right?
Exactly.
And his replacement, a former insurance lawyer,
right,
and
was present when Mar-a-Lago was searched.
But very loyal.
Very loyal. Right. And the assumption is that she will likely do the things that Trump wants. I mean, that's why he wants her there.
All right, Caitlin and Evan, thanks so much. Joining us now, CNN political analyst in New York Times is Pulitzer Prize winning White House correspondent Maggie Haberman. Maggie, what are your sources telling you about these potential charges against FBI Director Comey?
Look, Jake, this is something that, President Trump has made no secret. What I've been hearing from people privately is what he's been saying publicly is that he wants to see James Comey prosecuted. There has been an effort to try to make that happen. There was resistance, I believe, and that's in some of the reporting we're seeing now about going through with this because prosecutors just didn't believe that there was going to be enough to make a case on, or so we had been told. Now, to go ahead in spite of that, it is a risk because it's not really clear that you're not guaranteed an indictment just because you go before a grand jury. And so we will see what this looks like if, in fact, they go ahead. Now, as CNN's reporting shows, they are debating what to do. But again, Lindsay Halligan is President Trump's hand-picked person. He wanted her there. He did not want Eric Siebert in that role anymore. He was not just Trump's pick. He was his person. It was his office who went ahead and backed him. And yes, Democratic senators were fine with him, but that got used against him by some of his Siebert's opponents and critics within the administration. So this is something, again, we know that President Trump has been looking for this for many, many, many years, and I expect him to try to push this ahead as far as possible, but we'll see.
And just to be clear here, President Trump wanting the prosecution of James Comey, does it matter what the charge is, or he just wants his political enemies charged with something?
Well, I think to prosecutors it matters. I don't think that the president is necessarily the closest observer of the criminal law, but I do think that for prosecutors, they realize there has to be a case that they can argue. We have seen other prosecutions in the Trump era, such as some that emerged from the Durham report, that did not end up in convictions, even though they ended up with indictments. So if there is a decision to move ahead with an indictment here with Comey, then it would go to trial, and then we would sit, presumably, and then we would see what that looks like. There is also a world where there isn't necessarily an indictment returned. And so this is, again, and this is all, Jake, playing out so publicly in the press. This is also typically not what prosecutors want.
Some might argue, of course, a lot of Hillary Clinton supporters would argue that James Comey, in his announcement just before the election, that he was reopening the investigation into her. A lot of people think that including Hillary Clinton, think that James Comey is the reason Donald Trump won in 2016 because of that announcement. He did reintroduce those charges against Clinton just days before the election, the investigation.
Well, he reintroduced the fact that there was an...
Save big on furniture packed with innovative features during Ray Moore's Flanagan's Fall Smart Living Sale.
Wherever the road takes you, Chevy is ready to drive you forward with pure power unleashed and future forward.
Well, he reintroduced the fact that there was an issue about on a laptop related to emails that she had been sending, and there is certainly true that her folks believe that he is the reason that she lost. I think that her critics argue that there were a number of reasons that the election went the way it did, but regardless, yes, this is something that everybody can grab onto something and say they were harmed. President Trump has pointed to James Comey over and over and over again, in part because his own decision to fire James Comey led to all kinds of other things after the fact.
If Comey does get indicted, would a charge alone satisfy Trump's crusade to go after his political opponents, or does he still want, as he noted in his public social media post to Mamdani over the weekend, he wants charges against Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, against Senator Adam Schiff of California. It does seem as though his appetite when it comes to these things is insatiable.
Yeah, look, President Trump has typically, over the long course of his life, his time in business, his time as a celebrity, his time in the White House, his time as a candidate, has taken things as far as he can go. And I doubt that it would be, well, I got this and now I'm going to move on. As you just said, you just listed a number of other targets, one of whom was being investigated, has been being investigated by the Eastern District of Virginia, Letitia James. And so this, I don't expect this to then be, now President Trump's going to move on. But he's not saying any of this again. There's not really an inside voice on this, Jake. I mean, the president was really clear about it over the weekend in a social media post that possibly was intended as a private message to Mamdani initially, but it was public, and he issued it again, and then he issued a support of her, but he also told reporters that she needs to act fast, and he tethered it specifically to the indictments that he had faced. So there you go.
All right, everyone. Always great to have you. Thanks so much.
Jake.
Someone at the DOJ is slow walking. That's what's happening.
Justice Department seeking to indict former FBI.
We believe the U.S. Attorney is pressing forward with this case and may be presenting to a grand jury as soon as today, and we're of course working to learn more. And this is
Sorry about that. Leaked information to the press.
Let's redo that.
Justice Department seeking to indict former FBI Director Jim Comey over perjury, saying that he lied to Congress during his 2020 hearing about the handling of Russia collusion investigation and who leaked information to the press. Watch this.
Mr. McCabe, who works for you, has publicly and repeatedly stated that he leaked information to the Wall Street Journal and that you were directly aware of it and that you directly authorized it.
I can only speak to my testimony. I stand by what the testimony you summarized that I gave in May of 2017.
So your testimony is you've never authorized anyone to leak.
I'm not going to characterize Andy's testimony, but mine is the same today.
Jim Comey walking a balance there and not saying too much. Devin Nunes joined me back in 2018 on Sunday Morning Futures talking about the movement of this information and whether or not it was Jim Comey who told Andrew McCabe to leak to the Wall Street Journal that Trump had colluded with Russia. Watch this.
Mr. McCabe has been recommended that he face criminal charges. Now, his lawyer, and he has a right to his lawyer has said, no, this is not true with the IG. Mr. Comey is lying, essentially, is what Mr. McCabe is saying, that Comey did give him the right to go talk to the press. So, this all has to be fleshed out. Clearly, the IG the IG believed Mr. Comey, that Comey did not give Mr. McCabe the ability to go talk to the press. Now, as it relates to Mr. Comey, you've got the added problem now that the memos that he wrote, the 7 memos that he decided to write on President Trump, never wrote memos on any of the other meetings he had with the other president or the AG or anyone else prior to this, but he kept 7 memos. 4 of those were classified. He decided to launder them to a friend who then leaked them to the New York Times. If those memos contain classified information, he purposely did that. He purposely leaked them in order to get a special counsel started after he was fired. He leaked pieces of these, so we need to figure out exactly what is it that he leaked. Who did he give these memos to? And was it just the friend that leaked into the New York Times, or were there others? I believe there were others. I think that these Comey memos were actually given to several people. It contained classified information. The irony is the very thing that Mr. Comey cleared Mrs. Clinton of.
A Virginia grand jury is expected to release a decision on this in the coming days. The 5-year deadline to bring charges against Comey is now approaching on Tuesday. So the DOJ is up against a statute of limitations. Joining me now is lawyer and founder of Article 3 Project and president Mike Davis. Mike, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So the crux of it and what they can come up with against Jim Comey today, 5 years later, is that he lied under oath about directing Andy McCabe to share with the press that Trump colluded with Russia. Do you think they'll be successful here?
I do think that they should seek an indictment in the Eastern District of Virginia because this is a very serious matter. What the allegation here is that the Obama White House and his Justice Department and his intel agencies, including the FBI, made up the Russian collusion hoax to help Hillary Clinton's campaign and to hurt President Trump's campaign. And they continued this conspiracy to this day. And when the Senate Judiciary Committee was investigating this Russian collusion hoax, James Comey allegedly perjured himself and obstructed the congressional investigation. Those are very serious felonies. And so there must be accountability for this. I also think there are going to be other criminal probes on Crossfire Hurricane separate from the Eastern District of Virginia. Maybe another probe looking at the broader conspiracy.
So, I mean, Mike, there was a lot gone wrong with this whole operation, Crossfire Hurricane. Jim Comey pursued this investigation into investigating Trump colluding with Russia, despite the fact that there was absolutely zero evidence to actually originate an investigation in the first place. Is there criminality there? I mean, putting the lying under oath aside for a moment, is there other criminality that you can look at?
Absolutely. I mean, we have to step back and remember this is the greatest scandal in American history.
That's right.
You have a president of the United States and his top aides and advisors colluding with intel agencies and law enforcement to take out their political enemy, to help their political ally to change the outcome of an election. And when they failed to do that in 2016, they continued this conspiracy to this day to take out President Trump. And so, yes, this is very serious. This is a conspiracy. This is obstruction. This is perjury. This is, you can't get more serious than this when you are using intel agencies and law enforcement to rig and steal elections.
It's just unbelievable. And believe me, I understand how big this is. We all lived it together. And I reported at the time that we had no evidence of any Russia collusion. And how did this investigation originate in the first place? But the idea of conspiracy, Mike, I want you to drill down on that for a moment, because when I spoke with John Ratcliffe, who was really the truth teller in all of this, between Devin Nunes and John Ratcliffe, that is the only way the public really got real information. But Ratcliffe told me recently that when you're looking at conspiracy, and it looks like that's what this was, conspiracy against Donald Trump, there is no statute of limitations. Do you agree with that?
Well, you can look at, for example, conspiracy against rights under 18 U.S.C. Section 241. Joe Biden and Jack Smith and their Justice Department is very familiar with conspiracy against rights because it is one of the bogus charges that Jack Smith brought against President Trump for questioning the 2020 election. But what they did was actually a conspiracy against rights when you politicize and weaponize law enforcement and intel agencies to take out your political opponents for non-crimes. That seems like a textbook definition of conspiracy against rights. And generally, there's a 5-year statute of limitations for federal felonies, including conspiracy, but the conspiracy continues to this day. Covering up the conspiracy continues the conspiracy. Yeah. So there's no statute of limitation problem with conspiracy.
So do you expect an indictment of Jim Comey this week?
I hope so, because as the Democrats always say, nobody is above the law. So I would tell James Comey, you better lawyer up, buddy.
All right, we will leave it there and keep watching.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. NAD+ boosts up the NAD+ levels increases your energy. NAD plus also helps to repair your DNA damage in your cellular DNA and your mitochondrial DNA. And NAD plus helps to protect your neurons. And it's really important because you're going to know about 30% of the people that are 40 years of age or older getting early onset of dementia. Why? Because of the crisis of 2020. Ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. You need to take this. It's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help with the health of your mitochondria. It's going to boost up energy levels, and it helps to protect neurons. Super important to take, especially if you're age 40 or older. Stack them together for the NeuroStack. And oh, by the way, pay attention, because about 30% of the people that you know are going to get early onset of dementia. The more that you mitigate it, the better off you are. Please go to my store and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help to build up muscle. So you do resistance training, take the Gladiator Barley. It's a high density protein. It's a month's supply. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, or a smoothie, or even with milk. But take it every day. Do that resistance training. It's going to bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase, and detoxify your body. So when you detoxify your body regularly, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, even your brain function. When you bring down inflammation, you're recovering quicker after your workout, you're helping your joints, you're helping your vascular system, because when you have less inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. And when you're bringing down systemic inflammation, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system. So this is a super supplement. Take it every day and stack it with Myotrol for extra benefits, or the Boomer Boost or the Boomer Boost. So those are a great stack right there. Take the Gladiator Barley to help with your inflammation, build muscle, detoxify your body, and stack it with the Ubiquinol and the NAD plus, and it's a great NeuroStack. See, if you pay attention to me, you're going to slow down the aging process and get healthier. And oh, by the way, your immune system will be boosted up. And that's really important for the fall and the winter. Now, you can either pay attention to what I've been saying for the last 5 years, or don't. But if you remember, I was saying, keep the inflammation down. Take the turmerics, the ashwagandhas, the lignans, the omega-3s. Keep the inflammation down. I've been saying this for 5 years. The benefit of doing that regularly in normal case is just to slow down the aging process. But you can take the same mechanism, the mode of action, by bringing down inflammation and reduce the effects of the aftershock of 2020. Now we hear in the news about you can't take certain types of, you shouldn't be taking, let's say, Tylenol, because it's really not an anti-inflammatory. It's for pain and for fever. It's not for anti-inflammation. And when you take that, it's going to disrupt your glutathione levels. And glutathione is super important as an antioxidant and to bring down inflammation. So when you take acetaminophen, you're actually inhibiting your body from bringing down inflammation. So instead of, focusing so much on acetaminophen and Tylenol and blah, 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 you should have just been taking turmeric, taking higher doses of turmeric, taking lignans and ginger, and there's what. All you got to do is just listen. But there's stupid people out there that continue to do stupid things. Yeah, it's amazing. It's truly amazing on how dumb people are out there.
I love reading reviews, but if you want to know if a product really works, it's nice to hear from someone you know.
This little miracle right here, best thing I got for my hair.
This would be very interesting. It would be a complete sea change, Carol, when it comes to U.S. policy under the Trump administration toward Ukraine. It would be very interesting if the Trump administration all of a sudden gave Ukraine the type of long-range weapons that it says it needs in order to achieve, at the very least, a stalemate in the war and a de facto cessation of hostilities, or even potentially reoccupying some of the territory that is lost to Russia.
Well, let's have more now on President Trump's lengthy and contentious speech to the United Nations and his other comments this evening after a whole series of meetings. President Trump, in his speech, did eventually turn his attention to the war in Gaza. He called once again for all the hostages to be released.
Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, this could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now.
Well, President Trump praised his own record of ending wars and suggested that the United Nations has done little to help.
I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. Thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations?
Well, President Trump tonight said his next effort is to end the war in Gaza. He's been meeting Arab leaders this evening.
And we want to end the war in Gaza. We're going to end it. We're going to end it. Maybe we can end it right now. But they're respected all over the world. They're respected by me in the Oval Office, I can tell you that. They're respected by the United States. And we're here to see if we can get the hostages back and get the war over and get back to life in the Middle East.
Well, in her address to the UN General Assembly, the new British Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, explained why Britain and other nations are now recognising a state of Palestine.
The UK's historic recognition of the state of Palestine this week is part of our commitment to peace, part of acting to protect the viability of the two-state solution as the only path to a just and lasting peace and to security for Palestinians and Israelis alike.
Well, Cedric Layton is a former US colonel and a member of the Joint Staff of the Pentagon and joins us now. Good evening to you, Cedric.
Good evening, Carol.
Oh, well, so many different issues that were raised by President Trump over the last few hours there at the UN. He's been meeting Arab leaders this evening. He talked about how he's going to end the war in Gaza. What do you make of where the US stands on the war in Gaza?
Well, this is a very interesting part of this, Carol. Basically, I think what we're looking at here is an acquiescence by the U.S. in many ways of the Israeli position. In other words, whatever Netanyahu wants, Prime Minister of Israel, then Trump, in essence, follows that. That is really not what the UK is doing or what the European nations are doing. And it really points to a rift between what is happening in the EU and with Great Britain and what is happening in the United States vis-a-vis the Gaza problem. Gaza is an intractable issue in many ways for the United States because of the close linkages with Israel, but also there's an unwillingness, at least at the moment, to go for another type of solution. And that is, I think, creating a diplomatic fissure between the U.S. and its Atlantic partners. And that, I think, is going to be a diplomatic problem for us.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to hear President Trump directly addressing the decision by Britain, France, Canada, Australia, and others to say that they are going to now recognize a state of Palestine. He said that that was a reward
for Hamas, very much echoing exactly what Israel has said about this.
Yeah, it is indeed an echo of what Israel has said about it. And the thing with the Israeli position is that aspect of it seems to be shared not only by the Netanyahu government, but also by leading opposition politicians in Israel. Now, when the other way to see this, though, would be more like what the UK is doing, what the Foreign Secretary has said, and also what French President Emmanuel Macron has said, which in essence is this, that recognizing a Palestinian state is not recognition of Hamas. And that's where there's this difference in perception between what the U.S. is saying, at least at the governmental level, and how the Europeans are viewing it. And there's also this difference in terms of how I think this is perceived, not only in Europe, but also in the Arab world as well.
Yeah, and he has been meeting some of those Arab leaders, and they have been stressing, we saw the Mayor of Qatar stressing, that it is President Trump who is the one person who can make a difference here. But what we seem to be hearing from him tonight is that there is no question of President Trump stepping up the pressure on Israel, which of course is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. Instead, if anything, President Trump seems to be offering some pretty open support to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case, Carol.
No college offers a degree in lifelong resilience, but I earned that before I ever stepped foot on campus.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case, Carol. And I think the key thing here is that if red lines were to be drawn, the Emir of Qatar is exactly right, because those red lines can only be drawn by the United States, not because of a specific power that the United States has, but because of its influence over Israel. I guess that in some ways is a type of power. So with that said, the fact that the Trump administration is unwilling to draw those red lines and prevent the occupation of Gaza City, for example, and the renewed offensive in an area that has been absolutely pummeled by airstrikes and by artillery, over the course of the last 2 years, that is really going to, I think, that green light is going to give Netanyahu an excuse to go forward with this, but it's going to, in the long term, I think, create a lot of problems for Israel in terms of its ability to control that area, as well as its ability to foster relations with other Arab nations.
Well, we are going to talk more in a moment about Ukraine, but I would be interested in your thoughts on this. We did hear President Trump saying that he thought that Ukraine could get back all of its territory. President Zelensky has welcomed his comments, saying that they are a shift in his approach. I mean, is President Zelensky just being optimistic all this time? Do you think that President Trump really is prepared to take a more robust approach to President Putin?
Well, this would be very interesting, and it would be a complete sea change, Carol, when it comes to U.S. policy under the Trump administration toward Ukraine. It would be very interesting if the Trump administration all of a sudden gave Ukraine the type of long-range weapons that it says it needs in order to achieve, at the very least, a stalemate in the war and a de facto cessation of hostilities, or even potentially reoccupying some of the territory that is lost to Russia. Now, whether or not it can reoccupy the territory that is lost to Russia the way President Trump has outlined today, that is definitely an open question. But the fact that Trump is saying that is a remarkable turnaround, and I think that's something that should definitely give pause to Putin and Russia, but it should also give some solace, in essence, to the Ukrainians who have fought long and hard for that kind of recognition from the U.S. president. Now the question is, how permanent is that going to be? How permanent is Trump's change of views on Ukraine. And if that is permanent, because there are a lot of forces in the U.S. that support Ukraine, then it could mean a change in the way the Ukraine war is conducted. And that could be welcome news for Kyiv.
Cedric Layton, former US Colonel and member of the Joint Staff for the Pentagon. Great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Turmeric is super important. You're not feeling well, take a lot of it. If you want to bring down inflammation, take turmeric. And guess what? It also helps with your cardiovascular system and boosts up your immune system. And it soaks up free radicals. This is more important than what people were taking when they were pregnant. I'll tell you, people are so dumb just out there. Just so dumb. Trust me. Take turmeric, bring down inflammation. This is very important for your immune system, your cardiovascular system, and if you have issues with joint problems, by bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, it'll help your neurons. This is the reason why turmeric is so important for anti-aging. It brings down inflammation. Lignans helps with your immune system, your endocrine system, soaks up free radicals, and brings down inflammation. This is more important to take. Take it. Take it every day. Help with your vascular system, help with your immune system, and even help with your brain function. Ashwagandha root helps to control cortisol levels and blood glucose levels, brings down inflammation at the vascular level. And when you do that, you're reducing plaque formation. And when you have elevated cortisol levels, that's immunosuppressive. You don't want that. That's bad. If you're constantly stressed and constantly at a high cortisol level, your immune system goes down. You need to bring down the cortisol and allow for your immune system to be rebooted. Very simple. When you stack these together, they're synergistic. Take the lignans, take the turmeric and the ashwagandha. They'll help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. And oh, by the way, by bringing down chronic inflammation, you're helping your neurons. Because people that have chronic inflammation have a tendency to have early death of neurons. But, you can pay attention to me or don't pay attention to me. I don't really care. Heirloom barley. It'll help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation. Are you noticing there's a theme here? And soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. This is a high density protein, super powerful. Take it every day. Take the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. Now, with heirloom barley, when you're detoxifying your body on a regular basis, your endocrine system and your immune system is going to perform better, even your brain function. Because if you got a lot of toxins in your cerebral system, don't you think your neurons will be subpar? Yeah, I think so. Now, bringing inflammation, you're going to help boost up your immune system, your endocrine system, help reduce plaque formation. You're going to help with your joints and any joint issues, bring down that inflammation. You'll recover quicker after a workout. And bringing down inflammation at the vascular level and the cerebral level, that will help your neurons. Oh, and it also soaks up free radicals. So you're going to slow down the aging process. Now, those supplements that I just mentioned are far more important and far more overreaching because you can take them daily and you get compound benefits from anything that you're going to be taking in pharmacopoeia. So why would someone that is pregnant be taking certain things that they shouldn't be taking. Why? Well, there are natural things that you can take that are far better for you. Because people are stupid. People will always be stupid. And people will always make the wrong decision. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Don't be stupid. Don't make the wrong decisions, and follow my advice. Because what I am telling you will slow down the aging process and help with your neural function. But there are a lot of people out there that are just too stupid to get it in their thick skull. And they're the ones that are going to be aging faster, and they're the ones that are going to fall into the 30% category of early onset of dementia because of the crisis that we just went through. Well, everybody's focused on should they take or not take a certain pharmacopoeia substance while they're pregnant. I should do a show just on that, because I don't want to say too much because of the censorship. But the issue here is you should have never been taking it. It should have never been offered. Oh, their doctor said to take it. Because your doctor is a fucking idiot. Your doctor is only focused on pharmacopoeia. They're not trained to know to take ashwagandha root to lower cortisol levels. They're not trained to know that. They're not trained to know about lignans. They're not trained to know about turmeric. God. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg for a little while.
Are what's weighing on stocks, especially tech stocks. That's where you pay a lot of times for the projected future earnings for tech. Intel, actually the best performing stock in the S&P 500 right now. That's because they're seeking an investment from Apple, all part of their turnaround plan. And shares of Intel right now up 6.5%. Meantime, Brighteon Channel at Cottrell family office says investors are taking a bit of a break after a series of record highs.
I think it's not unexpected at this point for the market to take a little bit of a breather. We're up over 30% from the April lows and have had really strong performance kind of leading up to that rate cut we finally saw last week.
Oh, and I did the best performer of CarMax right now. That's the worst performer in the S&P 500. That comes after their earnings report. Those shares right now down over 20%. And here's one for you. According to Bloomberg Intelligence's fast growth scenario, if the Fed's interest rate cuts fuel strong economic gains, stocks, specifically the S&P 500, can crack 7,000 by year end. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Nothing is stopping this equity stream. I mean, aside from the last 2 days being down, but
Well, that's a bearish signal. I don't know what it is.
Exactly. You want my sound fix too?
We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg business source. I didn't mean to dish you. It's just
That's okay. I shouldn't be recommending anything.
Exactly. All right. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlet Blue Paul streaming live here in our Bloomberg Interactive studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. The government shutdown October 1st, folks. The White House Budget Office telling federal agencies to prepare plans for mass firings, not furloughs, firings during a possible government shutdown.
It's about time.
So I'm going to blame all this on Nathan Dean. He's down there in Washington, D.C., senior policy analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He talks to everybody. He knows what's going on here. Nathan, where are we on this shutdown here? There's some crazy rhetoric going back and forth.
Yeah, and that rhetoric was anticipated and expected. Obviously, Congress is not here this week. The House is actually not going to come back until after October 1st, or at least that's the plan. And so the rhetoric is only going to increase as we get closer to Sunday night when these senators come back into town. And as a reminder, the government would shut down Tuesday night at midnight, so that only leaves us 2 days for Congress and essentially the Senate to come together and come up with a solution. Now, I'm at a 40% chance of the shutdown, and I'm probably out of consensus on this. Polymarket and the betting markets have it around a 62% chance. The reason why I don't think that there's going to be a shutdown is I just don't see how this plays well politically for the Democrats. And my one thing that I would call out is that, yes, the Democrats want to be seen fighting President Trump, but this idea of a threat of firing government workers is a very valid threat. And so if you're one of the Democratic senators from Virginia or Maryland, you're certainly going to be wanting to protect those government workers going into this. And kicking the can 7 weeks to have this fight in November is something that's pretty easy to do when it's a clean CR.
Okay, so you see the Senate Democrats coming in and blinking, essentially.
Yeah, and the reason being is that when the Republicans offered a clean CR through November 20th, it's really hard for Democrats to play the message and say that we are not going to accept
All right, Nathan.
it.
Nathan, unfortunately, we got to jump here. The president is speaking. You can understand that. Nathan Dean, Senior Policy Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Right now, let's get down to Washington, D.C. The president participating in a bilateral meeting with the president of the Republic of Turkey. Let's listen.
He knows about rigged elections better than anybody. But when I was in exile, we were still friends. That's always a good way to find out, test a friendship. But he's a highly respected man. He's respected very much in his country and all throughout Europe and throughout the world where they know him. He's built a tremendous military, powerful military, uses a lot of our equipment. And it's an honor to have him at the White House. We're going to have a lunch together. We're going to have a discussion, big discussion. We do a lot of trade with Turkey, and we're going to continue. We're going to do some additional trade. They want to buy F-16s, F-35s, and some other things, and we're going to talk to them about that. And we're just going to have, I think, a very interesting couple of hours. We're going to get a lot done. But I have great respect for this man, and we've had a very good relationship for a long time. If you remember, he led Pastor Brunson. He freed Pastor Brunson. Pastor Brunson was put in jail for 35 years before I got there. This was a group that should have stopped it, and the president, after I called him, released him, which was a great thing for our Christian community, our evangelical community. The evangelicals really wanted that. It was very important to him, so I always remembered that. But he released him from 35 years in prison. And Pastor Brunson now is healthy, happy, and well. We're very happy about that. But it's a great honor to have the president of Turkey with us. And how are you? Say a few words. Great guy.
Öncelikle bu ziyaretimizi Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu ile iç içe olan bir dönemde gerçekleştirdiğimizden dolayı arkadaşlarımla beraber çok mutluyuz. Gerek Sayın Trump'ın birinci döneminde.
Okay, so we were listening to President Erdogan of Turkey, President Trump speaking at a bilateral meeting in the Oval Office of the White House. President Erdogan is speaking now. We'll get a translation. These comments here, but then presumably they will also take Q&A, and that could be, as it typically is, something to pay attention to.
Absolutely, because you never know what's going to happen. What we do expect to happen is that Erdogan, the president of Turkey, and President Trump will come to some kind of trade deals. And there's a lot of talk, and we talked about this with George Ferguson of Bloomberg Intelligence, about Turkey's plan to buy up to 50.
Think about how what she said was so stupid. You never know what to expect, but we expect. What? Another Bloomberg genius. It's like Harris.
That the U.S.-Turkey trade balance is roughly balanced.
Okay.
That's why Turkey faces only a fairly minimal 15% U.S. tariffs on its exports.
Very good. And again, President Trump calling out the return of an evangelical person, that American that was taken or in jail in Turkey for many years, and called that out as a positive development in the relationships. But again, it comes down to, as it often does with President Trump, is let's put the money where the mouth is in terms of either investing in the U.S., making large commitments to invest in the U.S., or buy U.S. products directly. One way to really ring up a big bill with the U.S. government to buy aircraft.
Yeah.
It's so expensive, so.
Goes right to the president's heart and right to his mission.
And then the other one would be energy for his for our good friends down in Texas and Louisiana and that part of the world that liquefied natural gas is such a big part of the energy business down there. So again, those are two areas that have been typically used by countries if they wanted to buy American products. Two ways to go about it.
We're going to go to Victor Davis.
If your pet goes from weird to weirder, grouchy to grouchier.
I'd like to talk about the disturbing epidemic of what I'd call upside-down morality, in which we find every possible way to contextualize or excuse evil and the victimizer, but we don't show passion or compassion or anything for the victim. Let's not talk about the fact that we don't want to demonize homeless people or trans people, or we don't want to mention race. So the society at large tries to massage these stories and in some way contextualize the violence. They don't really talk about the victims who were butchered or killed, or the lives of their family and friends that are ruined. And so what are we to do about this?
Just say the truth. That's all you got to do.
Hello, this is Victor Davis Hansen from the Daily Signal. I'd like to talk about the disturbing epidemic of what I'd call upside-down morality, in which we find every possible way to contextualize or excuse evil and the victimizer, but we don't show passion or compassion or anything for the victim. And any time in a society you get an ology or an idea or a pretext to excuse behavior, you're going to get more of it. Let's take the trans shooter, Audrey Hale in Tennessee. She obviously acted out of hatred because she felt her gender dysphoria was oppressed by organized religion. She wrote a manifesto, but we didn't get the manifesto. In fact, we heard more about her trans problems than we did the actual reason why she went out to kill these people. I don't know if Robin Westman, another trans shooter in Minneapolis, felt that if he were to also kill young Christian children, that maybe society would take a deferential view of him as they had done with the manifesto of Ms. Hale. But he also acted out. And my point on both of them, and referencing both of them, is the society itself began to rationalize it or explain the difficulties. They didn't say such things as, listen, if a person is taking dangerous levels of hormonal drugs, testosterone, estrogen, if they're engaged in very powerful antidepressant, which often accompanies that, if they've had very serious medical procedures, these things can promote, enhance, accelerate mental disturbance, and we have to be very careful about it. And when people act out violence, then we have to condemn it. If we don't condemn it, we can't deter it. And there's no excuse that a person is transgender. None at all. The same thing is about homelessness. As soon as Irina Zaragoza was killed, the mayor of Charlotte, by Lyles, the first thing she said was, we don't want to demonize the homeless. That was DeCarlos Brown who murdered her. And the same thing was true with Rashid Dabney. He murdered Julie Chenul, a retired Auburn professor of veterinary medicine. And he was homeless. But he was also, they had another thing in common. DeCarlos Brown had committed 14 felonies and he was out. Mr. Rashid Dabney should have been in jail for 5 to 10 years. He is charged with a felony and had recently been dropped, and he was scot-free. And so when those stories came out, we were told, first of all, they were homeless. It doesn't really matter. Then we were told that in the case of DeCarlos Brown, and I'm referencing you, Van Jones, when you said the late Charlie Kirk should not have mentioned race in that case. He did not mention race himself. He didn't bring up the topic. He was reacting to what? Something you didn't say, that on the tape, if you listen very carefully, after he murders the young Ukrainian immigrant, DeCarlos Brown said, I got that white girl, I got that white girl, as he walked out dripping with blood. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm getting at is, let's not talk about the fact that we don't want to demonize homeless people or trans people, or we don't want to mention race And remember, the Carlos Brown story was suppressed by the media for days, weeks even, as was the Auburn murder, as was the manifesto. So the society at large tries to massage these stories and in some way contextualize the violence. They don't really talk about the victims who were butchered or killed or the lives of their family and friends that are ruined. And so what are we to do about this? I think all we can do is restore sanity and say we're not going to worry about a person's homeless status once he commits violence. We're not going to worry about their race. There's not going to be any exemption for that. We're not going to worry about their sexual orientation or whether they're transitioning from one sex to another. All we're worried about, if you commit an act of violence and destroy an innocent person's life, you're going to face swift punishment if you are found guilty. And we're not going to consider all of the mitigating circumstances that this therapeutic society has bombed us with, and which prohibits fast and severe punishment for the guilty who do what? They commit evil. And that's the thing we're worried about. And a final thought. When Arena was killed on the light rail, there were 3 people right across the aisle, and when they saw her collapse, and she was looking at the ceiling, thinking, "I'm dying because a man just killed me for no reason. No one is helping me." They each got up, solitarily walked right by her in her last gasp. Did not offer a tourniquet. Did not offer to help. Did not call anybody. I don't know why they did that. Maybe they thought if they did something.
And what race were they? Black. See, this is an issue of racism. It's okay to just knock out a whitey. Why wasn't the town just burning down after? Why wasn't there a WLM? Because if it was reversed, BLM would have been burning down a town. This was racism. This was racism. And it goes even beyond racism. There is a degrading aspect of society where there's no empathy for life. There's a lack of empathy for life. Now, part of it is because of the social media. There are more people that will film the death of someone than actually go and try to do CPR. If someone is choking or someone is stabbed or someone is having a heart attack, they'll pull out their phone and TikTok it, live stream it, than actually to engage and actually try to help that individual. That's crazy. That's the society we live in. So it's compounded with the racism. There is a lack of regard for life. There's a racist component to it. And then there is this voyeurism. That's where we're at in society. Meanwhile, most people, especially the ones that are doing the TikTok stuff, and filming their voyeurism, they can't read a book. They can't read a book.
Like Daniel Penny and try to intervene and save a life, that they might be prosecuted or they might, who knows, or they were cowardly. But it's the same idea that we don't have any empathy for the victim. And if the victim doesn't fit a particular status that we call victim, the real victim of a physical act of violence or murder or assault, but if they don't fit a particular rubric as a victim, that is based on their sexual orientation or their homeless status or their race, that we don't really care about them. And that's a stinging verdict on our collective amorality. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. Thank you.
It's going all the way back to what I said. God, country, and family. If you don't have those pillars, you don't have morality, and you don't have a strong society. It's that simple. It's that simple. Just like an how to improve your immune system. Take turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. It's that simple. It's not anything more complicated than that. Amazing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Prepare for the fall and the winter. Because guess what? Something's coming, and it's going to harm you. And you better be prepared. Get the gel. The gel is dual purpose. It will help to soothe your skin after shaving, so it's a great aftershave. If you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, put it on there. It'll keep it clean and help to heal it quicker. You can use it as a daily skincare to improve the health of your skin. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well this fall or winter, you better put it on your hands, around your eyes, around your ears, around your nose, around your mouth, and lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Now you tell me, who has told you anything more comprehensive or more effective than what I have told you for getting through this fall or winter? I know there's nobody out there. Nobody. Nobody. I'm the most comprehensive and the most effective in how to mitigate it. But if you don't pay attention, don't be surprised that something bad happens. And that bad thing that will happen isn't so much the actual incident that will take place in the fall and the winter, which it could. It's the aftershock. Yeah, the 3 years after. Vitamin K2. Vitamin K2 and vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 is a vitamin that will help with gene expression. It's a cofactor for gene expression. It'll help you to absorb calcium, and it helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis if they're infected. Really important in the fall and the winter. But it also helps with your cardiovascular health by taking out some of that calcium and reducing the calcium depositing around plaque. And if you do resistance training, it'll help with resistance training. If you take high doses of vitamin D3, it'll also help to remodel your bone when you do light resistance training on joints that have osteoporosis or osteoarthritis. So you can strengthen your bone by doing resistance training and taking D3, but you can also remodel and reduce osteoarthritis. Ooh, amazing how that works. Vitamin K2, MK7 molecule, dual purpose, helps your cardiovascular health. How? It reduces calcium depositing and helps to pull some of that out. It's synergistic with D3. So when you do resistance training, it'll also help to remodel your bone, make it more dense, and help to reduce osteo. Amazing how that works. But when you take these together in the fall and the winter, it reduces the severity. And I've been telling you this for 5 years. Dr. Drew didn't do that. Dr. McCall didn't do that. Dr. Malone didn't do that. Dr. Cole didn't do that. Dr. Oz didn't do that. All these celebrity docs, they're not worth a hill of beans. All righty. Let's see what else. I want to play I saw a while back, around 3 days ago, a channel that I just discovered. And it's a academic that left academia and started talking about the problems that people had in terms of learning and the crisis in elite institutions. I want you to listen to this. This is really important, and it's exactly what's happening in America. He's a philosophy major, Ph.D.
I started All Nation Restoration to help people. Chase for Business is literally what it says in the name. It is Chase for Business, where I can find everything I need in one place so we can help people get back to life.
I have prepared Thomas's breakfast. You should save it together.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, are English muffins from England?
Heavens no. From the pantry.
Are you from England?
Nay, I am also from the pantry. Huzzah! A toast to breakfast.
At universities all around the country, professors are reporting a problem. Students can't read books. This is true even at elite colleges and universities. In one required class at Columbia, students are often expected to read about a book a week. But in the past couple of years, students have started telling their professors that they can't do it. One student told her professor that she had never been required to read an entire book. This is part of a larger trend. People aren't reading anymore. This is true for men and women, people who went to college and people who didn't. So what's going on? Well, it turns out that there are many pieces.
Now, I want you to also put it in the context. This is very true what he's saying about undergrads not being able to read. All right, because they're more focused on assessment tests and the whole TikTok generation. Their attention span sucks and all this stuff. But it's also in medical school, and you're also seeing it with the new crop lawyers that are popping up. They're not very good. They're not very good in being able to articulate very complex arguments. And this is the reason why there's a huge difference between doctors today and how to try to solve a problem versus some of the older guys out there that didn't have all the technology and were able to diagnose a patient better. All right? So you're seeing even in medical profession, because of the lack of being able to read, because of the lack of being able to concentrate and look at something in a complex system and understand that there are probabilities and all this stuff in terms of going in a certain direction and how the pathology may change, that when something new comes up, like the crisis of 2020, they couldn't deal with it. They couldn't deal with it. They sucked at everything. At everything. Very few people understood what was going on. And by the way, I was one of them. But the thing is that most doctors, most physicians, I should say physicians because that's their term. So most physicians didn't know how to navigate through something new because they're used to plugging and chugging, not used to thinking. They're just plugging and chugging. They don't think. They're trained through taking a test, a standardized timed test, to certify them. And that's all they know. Very few of them understand immunology. Very few of them understand the complex dynamics of the body, especially if something new is introduced. And very few of them have actually medical research training. So it's not just kids not being able to read and they go into their adulthood life and they can't read a book because they don't have the attention span and they can't understand these large argument structures, right? But it's also in the professions like lawyers and doctors, especially when something new is introduced. They can't adapt. They don't know. You ask your doctor, if you got a problem, Yeah, or here's a perfect example. If you have a doctor that keeps on saying, booster, 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 all you got to do is say, why are the memory cells not important here? Well, why don't we lean on our memory cells, the T cells and the B cells? Oh, the CDC said. See, they're not even thinking. They're just knee-jerking. And this comes to the problem that we see with the acetaminophen. Oh, the CDC says it's okay. Oh, FDA says it's okay. All right, this is what we're going to do. Not even thinking about it. That if you take it, you're blocking glutathione. And glutathione is super important to bring down stress and soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. But if you're blocking glutathione, the opposite happens. Oh, la la. Now we know why. But it's simple. It's simple. But when you have an organization or a profession that's not thinking, then don't be surprised that bad things happen in the society. Doctors aren't physicians. They shouldn't even be called doctors. They're physicians. Physicians are not thinking. And very few of them actually have medical research experience. So you have a society that's about taking tests and getting certified or getting into a school because of an assessment test. But the reality is they can't think. I have not experienced in my circle either students or practicing physicians that can dissect a problem as well as I can. Now, that sounds like a very boastful statement, but I'm telling you, these people are falling in the same trap that this guy's talking about. The nurses and the doctors, they don't have the attention span anymore. Now, part of it is because they're so busy and they only can see you for 18 minutes. But they're not that good. They don't solve the problem. They don't even know what the problem is. Very few of them understand immunology. And this, hence, brings up another issue. If you have doctors that are administering inoculations and they don't fully understand or appreciate the negative feedback loops of what they're administering, don't be surprised that something bad in the society happens. Just ask your doctor. Please explain to me in simple sentences how the fucking immune system works when you have to constantly boost. They can't do it. They can't do it. Because they fall in the same trap of what this guy's talking about. The attention span. They can't look at a problem and see the multiple layers. And this is, quote, elite education.
With how we teach kids to read. For a very long time, we taught kids to read in a very particular way. We called it phonics. With phonics, you start with individual sounds. You work your way out from those sounds into more complex sounds, and then you see how those sounds build words. If you come across an unfamiliar word, you're told to sound it out. But starting around the 1960s, a new approach to language education emerged, and we called this whole language learning. In whole language learning and some successor ideas like balanced literacy, the idea was that you should learn to read at the level of a word. Using a method called 3-cueing, students were taught to infer the meaning of words from context. This whole approach was pitched as a very natural, almost kind of organic way to teach kids how to read. The idea was actually that kids had a natural propensity to read, and that all you needed to do was put them in the right context and maybe give them a few small techniques or nudges, and they would basically teach themselves how to read. You wouldn't have to go through a kind of boring process like learning phonics. It's actually kind of a romantic idea, right? It'd be lovely if kids just had this natural ability to read as long as we just put them in the right environment. And it makes reading feel more like an art than a science. The only problem is that whole language learning didn't work. Literacy rates fell, and in the countries which had
Managing schizophrenia with daily pills is a constant reminder of your condition. And using them.
Why is
fell.
schizophrenia becoming more prevalent? Oh, maybe it was legalization of drugs. Maybe that's a part of it. Maybe it's also what's in the water. Maybe it's also what's in the food supply. You ever thought about that? Ooh.
Countries which had adopted whole language learning, that would be parts of the United States, Canada, the UK, New Zealand, Australia, more and more kids weren't able to read at grade level. It was a systemic failure of education systems across multiple countries. And if we're trying to explain why people don't read anymore, well, this has to be part of the story. If you weren't taught how to read properly, reading is never going to be something that you do for fun. It's never going to be pleasurable. It's going to feel really difficult and like a lot of work. And so if more and more people find reading difficult, then they're just going to stop reading. Now, whole language learning and balanced literacy, these were never uncontested ideas. Despite the fact that they were adopted in so many countries, there were always people who were pushing back. And this was something that became known as the reading wars. In some states, it was described as the most vicious debate in politics. Journalists and scientists have been reporting on the damaging effects of whole language learning, and actually we might be able to say that COVID-19 is going to lead to a change in how kids learn to read. Because during the pandemic, when more kids were learning at home, their parents got to see how ineffective whole language learning really was. It added a lot of political will to solving the problem. More and more states and even countries are bringing back phonics into their reading programs. And while some of the insights from whole language learning might stay in the classroom, at least kids are going to be learning those basic building blocks, which the data do seem to indicate actually would help them. So maybe we'll see a turn in the future where more people want to read for pleasure again. For the students who were never taught phonics, though, much of the damage is already done. And I don't know
It's
how to fix
also
that.
technology. There is a TikTok video that I saw where it was a 27-year-old woman that was working in corporate, and she was whispering in the video because she was filming herself at work, and she was saying that she doesn't know how to spell. And she doesn't know how to write sentences because everything was spell checked. So she's of a generation that didn't, if you didn't know something, back in the day, you had to go into the dictionary, a book, and actually open it up and figure out how to spell it, right? Well, with technology today, it just tells you that it's spelled wrong. So if you over rely on these technologies, you're not going to develop key skills, the building blocks of an educated person. So we have literally a lot of people that are with degrees, but are they educated? And I would say, no, they're not educated, just a lot of degrees. Now, the thing here is that technology is a major additive issue to the problem. He's focused on phonics versus whole word learning or whole language learning. But it's also the technology. The technology is an issue. People are over reliant, and then you add in attention spans are going down because everyone needs that dopamine hit from TikTok. And then don't be surprised if you have a stupid society. But the ones that are learned, the ones that can detach, can take advantage of these people. Because if they could take advantage of you, they would. So just take advantage of them. Take advantage of them. Destroy them in corporate. Destroy them in academia. Destroy them in the rhetoric of society. Just destroy them, because the ones that are more educated have more tools in their toolbox compared to the ones that are not educated. And I'm not talking about ones that have a degree. I'm talking about the ones that know how to learn. That's an educated person.
Now, this is speculation, but I would be willing to bet that kids who make it into a school like Columbia or other elite universities are probably able to read at grade level, but they were still telling their professors that they didn't feel capable of reading a book in even a week. And these are kids, remember, who are mostly full-time students. They have a lot of free time, and actually their studies should be their main focus. So just pointing out sort of the disastrous effects of whole language learning isn't going to adequately explain why fewer people are reading. But part of the explanation does still seem to come from the way that these kids were taught in school. And it has to do with education reforms, most infamously things like No Child Left Behind and Common Core. Those are at least the names for education reforms in the United States. Other countries have different systems. I'm not talking about those here. The push to reform education in the United States emphasized two things: informational text and standardized testing. When students were being taught how to engage with the text, they were learning how to extract information from it. You can see people say that books were outdated and that we needed to teach kids about the text that they would actually encounter in real life, like articles or web pages. So as an exercise, a student might be presented with an excerpt from a longer text. They would be asked to analyze the argument or talk about what evidence was presented in the text, or even what the thesis statement was. And a lot of this would happen in English classes, where traditionally you would be first exposed to reading longer and more difficult books. So instead of learning things like analyzing symbolism or theme, or being able to practice your close reading of text, you were mostly focused on extracting information from those excerpts. Doing that traditional English stuff like close reading builds something that we could call your reading stamina. And when a student who is fully capable of reading says that they can't read a whole book in a week, it's likely because they haven't had a chance to develop their reading stamina. In fact, some professors and teachers even in high schools or middle schools say that kids' reading stamina has been declining steadily over the years as well. If you're trying to build your reading stamina, one of the things you can do is just read books. Just sit down and try to see how many pages you can get through before you have to go and do something else. But students increasingly aren't actually being given those opportunities in the classroom or even in assignments. In one survey, only 17% of educators said that they were teaching primarily with whole text. So when it comes to the students at elite colleges and universities, or even just colleges and universities in general, who say that they can't read a whole book, I think it has more to do with this than it does with problems with whole language learning. I think this is the better explanation for why students at Columbia or other great universities aren't able to read whole books. These students were able to get into some of the best colleges and universities in the world, but they were never taught how to be great readers. They were taught how to be great test takers. So when these students get to college and they're asked to read whole,
so when you're a great test taker, you'll get into a good school. But that doesn't mean that you can think. That doesn't mean that you'll be able to design something new. That doesn't mean that you can have new thoughts and concepts, or be able to ponder about two conflicting ideas and synthesize that. And this is part of the reason why you're starting to see such a conflict between the matter and antimatter, conservative and liberal, individualism, collectivism, because they can't think. Neither side can think. And so there's a battle between them. So it's not, it's the technology, the reading stamina, some of the other building blocks that are leading to a society that can't analyze with any level of sophistication. It's all superficial. You look at MSNBC, I mean, half my show is commenting and poking fun at the stupidity of mainstream media and how superficial it is. And these people that are on MSNBC or on CNN or even, other major networks, they're making a lot of money. They're making a lot of money to be stupid. Jake Tapper, he went to Dartmouth and he's a fucking ass. He's a fucking stupid ass. And he's Gen X.
Books, they can't do it. because this is a completely different skill than they've been told that they need to develop in high school. So much of their education has been about optimizing themselves for standardized tests and then eventually to take something like the SAT or the ACT. And if you're just trying to do really well on a standardized test, you need to focus on reading excerpts and being able to answer multiple choice questions, or maybe write a 5-paragraph essay about what you just read. You don't have to focus on analyzing themes in Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Dickens. You don't have to worry about reading great books. So then if you have a required freshman class that's about great novels in the Western tradition, well, this might be your first time being exposed to many of those great novels in the Western tradition.
Yep.
And it's going to be hard.
Yep.
Because
And this is why I literally saw this on campus at Harvard. All right. You will see an undergrad in that first semester. All right, a first year student, so a freshman for the undergrad, get out of their first test and cry in the yard. They will leave the hall and they'll be calling their mother on the phone and you'll literally see them crying. And you will see at least 10 people in the yard crying to their mother or father because they ended up either flunking their exam or getting a C. And a lot of times this is happening in like physics, in math, and in English, especially in English. All right? Because the thing is that even though that they did really well in the assessment, they couldn't analyze larger texts. Or they weren't used to competing with people that were of a higher caliber. So they came from a high school, they may have been top in their high school, or maybe the second in their high school. And then all of a sudden you're thrown into a lecture of 300 people that are all good test takers. And then that's their first time in their life that they're actually middle of the pack. So there's two dynamics going on there. The competitive crowd that they're in, and then also the true standard of an educated person. And so they may have been getting all A's or almost all A's throughout their whole academic career before they get into Harvard. And then all of a sudden they get that first exam grade and they just start bawling because they never saw a C in their life. It happens all the time. I mean, I saw it, and there's at least 10 of them that go and start crying in the yard, calling on the cell phone. Now, the ones that dig in and learn what they did wrong, they'll do well. There's others that just wither away on the vine because they thought they were good and they're not. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. And like I said, this is not just in undergrad. You are seeing this in law school and in medical school. The quality of the doctor to be able to really solve a problem that is not cookie cutter. They can't do it. They can't do it. Because it's not on a standardized test.
When we look at the big picture, we have some students who were never taught how to read properly because of things like whole language learning. And then we have students who were never taught how to read books because of an emphasis on standardized testing. But when we're going to talk about why other people have stopped reading for fun or just stopped reading in general, there's one more thing we have to talk about, and it's the phones. So something that gets overlooked in a lot of these discussions.
How am I supposed to find time to go to practice?
That gets overlooked in a lot of these discussions is that many people actually do spend their days reading. It's just that they're not reading books. If you're scrolling on YouTube or Twitter, then you are actually encountering an endless stream of text. More text than many people throughout history would have encountered in a week or a month. TikTok is maybe the most addictive of these platforms. And practically every video has burned-in captions. So people are constantly reading something when they are online. And if you're driving, you're seeing road signs, you're seeing billboards, you're seeing advertisements. The world wants you to read. It just doesn't really want to give you the time that it takes to read a good book. This is my backyard. And occasionally I'll come and I'll bring a book and I'll try to get some reading done. It's peaceful and it's quiet and it's one of the places that I really love. So maybe I start reading the book and I'll feel really good. And then within just a few seconds, this thing wants my attention. Mm-hmm. So if I want to get any reading done, I have to be disciplined and I have to decide.
This thing, like he says, that's making Tim Cook a billionaire is making you stupid.
My phone needs to stay inside, someplace where it can't distract me. Now imagine that you're a college student and you've never read a full book in a week, or really ever been asked to read a hard or long book for your education. And your professor says, hey, I want you to read Homer's Iliad in a week. Let's say you're a good sport too, and so you go to your dorm room, you get your book, and you say, you know what, I'm going to do it. Now think about all the things that are there that distract you. Other people, or your phone, or your laptop. Anything with a screen really is there, and it's ready to just make you feel more stimulated. Because let's face it, even for people who really like to read, compared to doing other things, the act of reading is really boring. It is the antithesis of our sort of constant need to be overstimulated. A lot of schools, high schools, middle schools, things like that, have decided to start banning smartphones from the classroom, and my reaction was like, what took you so long? Of course, students aren't going to be able to read or learn properly if they're constantly distracted by their phones. So not only have we systematically failed students as we've taught them to read, or not taught them to read in some cases, we've also just designed a world that is there to constantly demand our attention, and that takes us away from those deep or reflective, sort of focus-heavy practices like reading good books. So when adults try to say why they don't read anymore, usually cite three things. They don't have time, they can't pay attention long enough, or they blame social media. And I suspect that all of these are related. The fact that we don't have time or that we can't focus is in part because of things like social media, other forms of easy entertainment are there to take up all of our time. I often like to read before bed, and occasionally I'll tell myself that I need to check my phone before I start reading. And I'll find that I end up scrolling for an hour without even realizing it. Time seems to flow differently when I'm on my phone compared to when I'm trying to do something more demanding, like reading. It's easier, it's more instantly pleasurable, even though at the end of the day, I feel terrible about it. So I expect that a lot of the things that I found are true for me could be true for you or for many other people, and are part of this broader explanation of why nobody reads anymore. So the result of all this is that fewer and fewer people read books. You have your super readers who read tons of books, and they keep the average numbers up. But you have more and more people who decide that reading just isn't for them. I don't know exactly what we're supposed to do about that, but that's where we are.
I totally agree with him. Totally.
Tide's boosted for makeup stains. It's cleaner, lighter, brighter, fresher.
I want to play another video from his channel, and he's talking about he's talking about decline of the universities, I think it was. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, how universities became businesses. But I think that he had another one. He has one called Burnout Society. Let's see. Universities are broken. I want to play that one. I think I saw that one. I think that's the one I saw. But before I do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the deodorants. These deodorants are dual purpose. It will help to detoxify your body and make you smell good, so you don't stink like a crazy liberal. Now, you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It's dual purpose, has no aluminum, no baking soda. You use it every day, and it's going to help to detoxify your body. Now, when you regularly detoxify your body, that helps your immune system and your endocrine system. Another great supplement to take is the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost focuses on a multitude of different systems. Your heart, your vascular system, your brain function, musculature, revs up your metabolism, and increase your energy levels. It's a powder. This is a month's supply. You take it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with just milk. I mix it with hummus. Some people mix it with yogurt or with applesauce, but take it every day. You're going to notice the benefits of this within 72 hours. And the first thing that you'll notice is that you have more energy. It is a steady flow of energy throughout the whole day. It's no spiking. There's no spiking of it. And with that, you're just going to want to just move around and be more energetic. And when you're more energetic and you use that energy in a positive way, you can better your body and your mind. If you have more energy, you'll be able to read books. When you have more energy, you'll move around more and have more musculature. So you'll have more vitality in life. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Another benefit of Boomer Boost is it helps to get rid of brain fog. It allows you to concentrate, and over time, that neuroplasticity is going to improve. That way, you're going to think faster, and you're going to have better memory. So brain function improves with Boomer Boost. And like I said, because of the crisis of 2020, there are going to be many people that get early onset of dementia. 75% of them, of the ones that do get early onset of dementia because of 2020 crisis, 75% of them is going to be due to either microclotting or microhemorrhaging. 24%, or a little bit more, about 24.5%, are going to be getting amyloidosis, build up a plaque, and less than 1% will be prion disease. So let that sink in. Let that sink in. Now, in terms of the whole population, about 30% of them, about 30% of the whole population after age 40 are going to get early onset of dementia. 30%. So 3 people out of 10 are going to have early onset of dementia. 75% of them is going to be due to microclotting or microhemorrhaging. 24.5% of them are because of amyloidosis. And less than 1%, about 0.5%, due to prion disease. Focus. Really think about what I'm saying. Now, I know that your attention span is really low, on average, all right, because of TikTok. But what I just said is super important to pay attention to. All right, let's listen into his take on broken universities.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Bateman. You need Batman.
Stop. Whoa, cat lady. Time out.
Nice thing. It's reading like a work of philosophy or a novel and intelligently discussing it. But that as we've lowered expectations,
rewind it.
Today I want to address a question that I often receive, which is basically, would I go back to academia? So I left academia after getting my Ph.D. And then I worked in the tech industry. And then you might have known, if you saw a video fairly recently, that I was laid off and I lost my tech job. And so that has inspired some people to ask me, do I regret my decision to leave academia, knowing that maybe the tech world wasn't going to work out for me? And also, would I go back? So let's answer that first question first. Do I regret my decision? The answer is no. I still think that leaving academia was the right choice. I'll talk more about why that is when I talk about why I wouldn't go back. But in general, things did work out fairly well for me after I left academia. I moved around to a couple of jobs, which was pretty normal. And honestly, as I look back at those jobs, I realized that I didn't really love them. I didn't really love those jobs. They were fine, but I kind of felt like I was wasting my life. I don't think I would have gotten better employment if I had stayed in academia after all. And so you have to kind of compare relatively. But also, leaving academia allowed me to start this. I don't think I would have started a YouTube channel if I were a professor. I don't think now I would be writing every single day and for an audience and actually trying to make a career out of it. I used to think of leaving academia as me giving up on my dreams. Actually, I'm now seeing that maybe leaving academia was the thing that allowed me to pursue what I actually want my vocation to be. So I don't regret it. But the question of like, would I go back now knowing what I know or in my current circumstances? You know, someone offered me a tenure track job right now, would I go back? And the answer to that is also no. The main reason that I would not go back to academia, despite the fact that in many ways it's the dream, because you get to read and you get to teach, you get to write, and you get to research, and that just sounds amazing. The reason I wouldn't go back is because I don't think American universities, and I only really know about American universities, I don't think they're actually serving students well anymore. And I really want to clarify, this is not an argument against going to college in general. It's not one of those college is useless kind of rants. I am pro-education. I think that college can be a really great thing, and I wish that college and universities in the United States were even better. But right now, what we do is we have students take on massive amounts of debt. The average is something like $30,000 per year for an undergraduate degree. And then we increasingly are not giving them a high-quality education in exchange. When I went to college, and then I went to grad school, and then I adjuncted at a few places, I got to see basically what students were expecting when they went to schools. And I got to see how universities marketed themselves. And I came with the impression that many universities are marketing themselves as providing an experience for their students. These experiences are things like events, activities, speakers that they bring in, entertainment, bigger and more luxurious gyms, or new and better dorms, really fancy dining halls, those sorts of things. And those things, though, cost a lot of money. It's just a really expensive thing to provide that to, 20,000 students at a time. And students are drawn to it because they're speaking in terms they can understand. Yeah, you'd like to have 4 years where it's pleasant to live there and you get to do lots of cool things. But what they're not telling students is that this is causing, one, their tuition to just go way, way up, and thus to cause them to take on more and more debt. But it's also coming at the expense of academics and actually the education that they can receive. So I looked up, for a little bit of context, Harvard's numbers about how many administrators they have. And for every one faculty member at Harvard, there are over 3 administrators. Some of those administrators are part of the core functionality of the university. It's really hard to imagine a university actually functioning with 0 administration, but many of those administrators are also part of student life or of providing these kinds of experiences for students that are, I would say, diverting money away from the core mission of the university, which is teaching and research, and turning it into a kind of product that they can package and sell to undergrads. Because resources are being diverted away from the core mission of the university, students are not actually receiving the education that they deserve. When you first start going to college, what's going to happen is you're taking these massive lecture classes. Your first couple of biology classes will be taught in rooms full of 300 other students where you can't possibly get any kind of personal feedback from your professor. And a lot of the direct teaching that undergrads receive from, early on, those first couple of years in school, are going to be from either graduate students, from what I did when I was a graduate student. I was teaching. I would teach a lot of intro-level philosophy classes, or from adjuncts who are underpaid, who are not permanent members of the university community, who don't have a lot of institutional support, and are really pretty transient. They're just moving wherever the jobs are. So you're not going to be getting, I would say, like that top quality education that you can really only get from an established professor who gets to teach the same class at the same places. So even if those graduate students or those adjuncts are qualified to teach, or they are really dedicated to teaching, which I think many of them are, they're not going to be able to provide the same high quality experience as a professor, just because they just don't have as much experience behind them, or they're not being allowed to develop their classes over time. They're bouncing from place to place and just teaching whatever class they're told they get to teach that semester. To bring this back to the main point about why I would go back is that even if I were a tenure track professor and I could do a good job, and I think I would do an okay job, my worry is that I would be part of a system that is just ripping students off. It's not actually doing a good job at the thing that we're saying you're paying for. The promise of an education is that you're going to be able to expand your mind, that you're going to be introduced to lots of new and exciting and competing ideas, or you're going to learn lots of new skills that you couldn't get elsewhere, especially skills that you couldn't learn on your own. But I mean, if I'm being completely honest, when I was teaching at universities, pretty much every single year, I saw a push to make classes easier and less demanding. And what happened was that when you made classes easier and less demanding for your students, as you lower their expectations, they lower their assessment of what they're capable of as well. So here is just one example. This is very much a humanities example. This is not something you would see so much in the sciences, I think, because they're going to be doing different kinds of work. But, since I was teaching philosophy classes, one of the things that I had to do was assign readings, and then we would discuss the readings and we would write papers. I saw this in my time teaching, but I also hear it from people who are still teaching, even at really great universities. Every single year, it gets harder and harder for the students to do all of the reading. Part of this is because a lot of students are being taught how to read by reading small excerpts and then analyzing them because they're following the format of standardized tests, and they aren't used to reading novels or just whole books or even long articles from their high school education. And then you come to college and you think they're going to be ready for it, and especially those intro classes, they often just aren't. Now, it is my firm belief that they are actually capable of doing it. It's my firm belief, actually, that almost anyone is probably capable of reading like a work of philosophy or a novel and intelligently discussing it. But that as we've lowered expectations, we're actually signaling to those students that, oh, actually, sorry, that work's too hard for you. You're not going to be capable of doing it. And I think that eventually they start to internalize that message, and they teach themselves that actually it would be too hard. So you assign them 100 pages to read in a week, which if you spread that over even 5 days, it's just 20 pages a day, which if it's really hard prose, maybe that takes you an hour or so, right? That's going to take you 5 hours to read, spread it out, and it's actually quite doable. But they've been told that that's really hard. They've been told that what they need to do is focus on selections and excerpts and just analyze those because that's what's going to be on the test. And they never build the skills. And they never build, I would say, the confidence to actually do university level work. Universities have responded to this not by challenging their students or by convincing them that they're actually capable of that work, but actually just by giving up. I don't think this is about the individual failing.
Lower the standards and let them just riot in the streets. That's what universities are doing. And then they charge them $80,000 a year for it.
Or, about like how Gen Z just doesn't know what reading is like. It's just that I think that they've been collectively failed by the education system. And so they haven't figured out that they're actually quite capable of doing all of this kind of work. Since universities ask you to take on huge amounts of debt, and then I think often don't give you that high quality education that you deserve if you're going to a university, it's just not a system that I would want to participate in anymore. I talk about philosophy on this channel a little bit. I talk about books. And one of the things that I hear from people, and if this is true for you, by the way, I would love to hear down in the comments or in an email. People email me all the time, and it's great. But one of the things I hear from them is that I was able to play some role in convincing them that they could read philosophy, or that they could read hard books, that they could read great works of literature. And they'll email me and say, hey, I didn't think I could read Plato, but I watched your videos and I gave it a try and I did. And I think that's amazing. And I'll even hear from people like in my Discord who say, I tried to read that book you recommended and it was too hard. And then I took some time off and read some other stuff, and then I went back and I was able to read it. And so basically what I see my whole mission on this channel really being is to convince you that you're actually capable of doing these kinds of like life-enriching and mind-enriching activities, like reading philosophy or reading hard books. And I think I've been more impactful and more helpful to more people talking about it on YouTube or writing about it on Substack than I ever was in the classroom. I don't know why I was never able to get that message out clearly when I was teaching, or why it's harder at the university level to sort of convince people of this. But for some reason, just talking into a camera on YouTube, just about books that I really like, or about why you should read philosophy, or just giving you some recommendations on where to start with philosophy, has actually, I think, done more than if I'd stayed in academia. So while I would have loved the life of a researcher, would have loved the life of a professor.
Now, why is this important? The ambulance is coming. All right, so why is this important? In an AI world, all right, we are going to need to understand more about how to be human and less about being a cyborg. But the schools and the children that are coming out of these schools and young adults coming out of university do not have the tools to actually be human. They're almost like subhuman. Ready for that transhumanism, right? And I think that he's hitting on something that I've been saying for a while, and I wrote in my book that I published a long time ago, almost 10 years ago. It was about artificial intelligence, all right? And it was my critique of some of these transhumanists, like Kurzweil and Chu and others. And I was doing a compare and contrast between their philosophy of artificial intelligence and transhumanism and my counter argument against it. And I use the term monkism, where there will be a group of people that will not be a Luddite, but will be more of a monk. And they will move towards humanism versus transhumanism. And that there will be a battle between the monks and the transhumanists. And the Achilles heel of the transhumanists is energy. And that the monks, which are more anti-fragile in terms of energy, decide to kill the grid, to kill off the transhumanists, and move the society into a pre-electric age. So it's snapping into the 17th century, going from the 21st century to the 17th century. Now, a lot of people will die from that, but that's part of the survival of the human race. So there'll be this battle between the transhumanists and the monks. Now, as the monks are learning and in their little clusters around the world, this is very similar to the concept of the cloister that Neil Ferguson has coined this year. He used this term, the cloister, and that is that in academia, he thinks that students should not have any technology, and they should be in a setting that allows them to use their human skills to learn. So instead of being in a lecture for 2 hours and then going back and doing your work, you're in a setting for almost 8 or 10 hours a day in the cloister where you're away from technology. So this is an element, this cloister that he's talking about is an element of what I call monkism. Now, it's very similar to the monks of the Middle Ages. This is the reason why I called it monkism. Now, I think I published the book in 2016, right? But he's hitting on a theme here, that there will be humans that don't want to be transhumanists that will be more like monks. But eventually, over time, there will be a battle there'll be an existential threat between the monks and the transhumanists. Now, the Achilles heel for the monks are they can't think as fast as the transhumanists, because the transhumanists have merged technology and biology together. This is where the Neuralink comes in, where the brain's chipped, right? But there is, the thought here is that as they move towards transhumanism, individuals move towards transhumanism, and others move towards monkism, that there will be a battle. And the transhumanists need energy. That's 100% sure on that. As long as you cut the energy, humans are more anti-fragile. Humans have evolved without energy for a long time. Transhumanists haven't. I mean, we've only had this modern age for the last 150 years. Or a little less than 150 years. All right, so it's an interesting concept to think about. But I pondered about this all the way back in 2016, and this was when I was doing these conferences, and I was talking about how artificial intelligence was going to be a problem, and also how it will be tied to a meta-tagged currency system to prevent you from deviating from the norm of society, aka Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is part of a system. It's spun as a means to get away from the central bank. The central bank is not going to abrogate power. There'll be a war. There have been wars. Central banks don't abrogate power. So Bitcoin is not going to be the currency of the future. It may be on the fringe, but not in the core of economic activity. The central banks will make sure that that doesn't happen. But what can happen is using this blockchain technology to meta-tag all digital transactions through a digital dollar. Or the term back about 15 years ago was decashing. So you're getting rid of cash, you're getting rid of coinage, you have a digital dollar that meta-tags, and if you are a dissident, then you can be shut off from transactions. So now this is an element of transhumanism. It's an element of curtailing you. And there will be people that will want to break away from that type of world. Now, the way to break it isn't to live on a farm, and be a prepper. Preppers don't work. Anyone that thinks that a prepper is going to survive through, some sort of mass event, they don't know what they're doing. You'll run out of food, you'll run out of ammo, you'll run out of gold, whatever. Preppers don't. The whole idea of prepping is stupid. All right, you can't live out in the mountains. You think you're going to hide from the government? The government will eventually find you. And even if there wasn't a government, there will be people that are against you. They'll hunt you down and kill you. So prepping isn't going to help. So there will be a time where the monks are going to have to fight the transhumanists. Very similar. This kind of theme is very similar to Star Wars. Very similar, where you have like a Jedi, monks, and you have, the Empire, and that's the transhumanists. It's very similar. Star Wars has a similar theme to this potentiality that will come. Now, when could this be taking place? It would not be surprising if it takes place near 2045 or 2050. But it probably will rear its head most likely in the 22nd century, not the 21st century. But it's possible that it happens in the middle of this century, depending on how fast technology happens and how we navigate ourselves through this pinch point with AI. If we maintain individualism, if we maintain humanism, then the 21st century will be peaceful. But if there is massive layoffs and massive dislocation economically, and there is this exceedingly fissure between the haves and the have-nots, the transhumanists versus the humanists, then there will be a war. There has to be a war. Because if the monks don't, then you're talking about the end of the human race. And the Homo sapiens sapien will be extinct. And it will turn into something like Homo sapien transhumanism, or whatever the Latin term for a transhumanist human is. So this is it's a problem. It's a very big problem. It's a very big problem. So, but this idea of a cloister and the idea of getting back to some of the basics of education and the classics of education will allow us to maintain a core within humanism to be able to fight the transhumanism.
Quite good, in a tweed jacket and some elbow patches. I just think that I wouldn't go back because I can do more good here. And that idea that I could do some good in the world and that I could help people or even just make some connections with people is why I choose to keep doing this project. And I don't really even think about what it would have been like if I'd stayed in academia. And it seems that my cat agrees, as he has just joined us. Well, I think that's a pretty good indication that I've said enough. So I hope you got something out of this. I'd love to hear from you down below. And I'll talk to you soon.
This is the beginnings of this humanism that I'm talking about. Now we're in 2025. 2045 is not that far away. It's only 20 years. And if I'm right, there's going to be a war between the humanists and the transhumanists. And the way to fight it is to come to the realization that you have to snap back to the 17th century. And you have to kill the grid. So all this fancy technology we have and all this, wonderful crap that we have, for mankind to survive, we may have to kill it.
Shutdown. And so, and by the way, that still can trigger Russ Vought's efforts to try and gut some of the personnel in the administration. So I actually thought it was a pretty interesting gambit. And notice, nobody's really attacking him for it. I mean, I haven't seen the Democrats go after him on it. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is attacking Russ Vought.
Stand by, because Debbie Wasserman Schultz is coming up in the next hour. Rick Davis, Ophelia Haskell, thank you. Our great panel.
All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. Probiotics are part of the foundation for slowing down the aging system and the aging process and allow you to have more vitality. Now, probiotics, you can get it in the powdered form or in the veggie cap form. But with a good probiotic, you're going to improve your gut biome. That will allow you to absorb nutrients, your metabolism will increase, your immune system will be better, your skin health will be better, you will be able to concentrate more, you will have less brain fog, you'll sleep better, you'll be detoxifying your central nervous system when you're in 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep, and you'll be consolidating memory. So you'll have better brain function with a good probiotic. A lot of people don't think that. It was like a good probiotic helps with the gut. Yeah, but it also helps with the brain. So please go to my store and get the probiotics. It's really important. You can get it in the veggie cap form or the powder form. And also get the complete multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest. And with a good multivitamin, you're going to have the cofactors for enzymatic activity so your cells work properly. And when your cells work properly, the tissues will work properly, and then your organ systems will work properly. And so your body is in homeostasis. And when it is in homeostasis, and you have a good immune system, and you have lots of energy, and you take care of your body in a holistic way, you slow down the aging process. So as a foundational piece, get the probiotic and the multivitamin, and take it every day. Super important. Now, in terms of the fall and the winter, you need to get the drops and the lozenges. Now, I have it in elderberry zinc. You get 21 in each bag. Super important to take right when you have that irritation in your throat. You can also get the drops, which are smaller. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in blueberry, cherry flavor, and in honey and lemon. Get a few bags for your household. It's really important to have some at work and at home. The moment you have that throat irritation, take it right away, especially for this fall and winter season. This fall and winter season is going to be problematic in the United States. You have to be prepared. Because if you mitigate it right away, it doesn't fester and get worse. So please be prepared. Get a few bags for your household. Use discount 5. I want you healthy. Use discount 5 to get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last, and you will need that free gift for the fall and the winter to reduce the severity. But, if you don't want to pay attention, it's up to you. No one's forcing you.
The administration would be in control of where the money goes, and it codifies a conversation that we have been having for months, well, weeks on this program. It's been months in the making. Knowing that this deadline was here on the 30th of September, we've been talking to lawmakers, yes, for weeks, about the prospects of Russ Vought getting exactly what he wants. It was Mick Mulvaney on this set who told us he was jealous of Russ Vought at this moment because there was likely a plan. Now we're seeing the plan, and it does seem to be impacting the dynamics on Capitol Hill with more folks looking for a shutdown less than a week out. This comes against the backdrop of some pretty good news on the economy, growing at a revised 3.8% annualized pace in the second quarter. That's up from 3.3 in the latest reading here. The economy rebounding in the second quarter after a contraction in the first, and consumers are carrying their weight. As I mentioned, we're going to talk about this with Stuart Paul in a moment. We heard earlier today from Stephen Myron, the newest member of the Federal Reserve Board, earlier today on surveillance, his take on this moment in the economy. Listen.
My view is not one of enormous economic pessimism. I don't think the economy is about to crater. I don't think the labor market's about to fall off a cliff. However, the neutral rate is drifting down. And as a result of that, it's incumbent upon policy to adjust in response. And the longer that policy stays excessively restrictive, the greater the risks to the downside for the economy.
Let's bring him in now. Joining us from New York, Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul, keeping us honest here on Balance of Power, as always. Stuart, let's start with the numbers, and then we can talk about Mr. Myron's view on things here. How should we be reading the health of the consumer with a number like this? Because I keep hearing everybody's tapped out.
Yeah, so when we look at the spending numbers that we saw in the revised estimates for Q2, the data looks strong as we continue looking into the third quarter, as we look at July, as we look at August retail sales, and tomorrow we'll get PCE spending. The health of the consumer looks pretty good. A lot of it, though, is contingent on the labor market. When the pace of hiring slows, when the pace of wage growth slows, consumers' capacity to spend going forward also gets dulled. And I think the big factor here that we can think about is firms' hiring plans, firms' expansion plans. And Joe, I want to point you to what I think is the most important revision in the Q2 numbers that were released today, and that's corporate profits. Corporate profits in the second quarter were revised down to about $7 billion from a previously estimated nearly $60 billion. When that's the case, when there's that little in corporate coffers, you can't expect to see the same investment and hiring plans going forward than we previously expected. And when that's the case, when labor market cooling and slowdown in investment, slowdown in firms' expansion plans is the most front and center item on my desk, it's hard to be very optimistic about spending going forward.
Well, that's incredibly significant, Stuart. You just pulled the parking brake as we careen down the highway here. Because the whole story on Wall Street has been, don't worry about the economy, don't worry about the Fed. Look how much money we're making. Corporate profits are soaring, and you're telling me they're not.
Looking at the BEA data and looking at the revisions that we just saw today, the BEA data do not paint that picture. It's a very difficult landscape out there. What's most significant when we break it down at the industry level and to relate it to policy in your world here on balance of power is that the firms that are being squeezed most appear to be manufacturers and wholesalers. It's the folks that are in the middle of the supply chain. It's the folks that are not yet able to pass along higher input costs to consumers, and instead they're stuck bearing the burden of the taxes that it's created by tariffs. So we do see this consequence of policy bearing out in corporate profits is right there in the middle of the supply chain.
So you finally just said the word tariffs. That's what we're talking about here, because it's been seen as good news until, well, now, that companies or exporters were not passing this on to consumers, right? That's what we hear from the administration. It's not showing up in the CPI, therefore we're getting away with something. But if companies are eating that, it eventually eats into their profit margins, which is a problem for shareholders, which sends stocks lower.
That's right.
This is the scenario.
That's right. It's a problem for shareholders. It's a problem for growth. It's a problem for expansion plans. And ultimately, it'll be a problem for the labor market. It's, again, the thing that I think is most important, that's below the fold, that warrants the most attention today.
Fascinating stuff. What does the Fed think of this right now? Because we're supposed to be looking at, what, two more cuts, rather, before the end of the year?
This is total bullshit. This is total bullshit. Of course, tariffs are going to affect the shareholders. Of course. What's the reason why the transnational capitalists want to use the labor arbitrage? So they can have a higher share price. I mean, so if you're bringing it, if you're adding tariffs, of course it's going to be hurting transnational capitalists in transnational corporations. Of course, that's the whole point. Now the thing is it's really simple. You either have taxes. What are the levers? Taxes, tariffs, and issuing more debt, or a combination of the three. Now, if you're bringing in tariffs, then that means that there's less taxes on the citizens, direct taxes, or less direct debt, because you could use that tariff money to pay down the debt or fill the hole of the deficit. There is no free lunch here. But the thing is, for the last 35 years, it's been the shareholder that's been benefiting and not the American citizen. Other than bringing in deflation. But then there's a hiccup and there's a recession and then there's overstimulation of the economy through printing more money by the Federal Reserve and issuing more debt by the Treasury because of fiscal spending. The fiscal packages that get issued by the Treasury through bond issuance. So who really benefits? In the long term, if you're a shareholder and they keep on printing more money, you'll benefit because inflation goes up, but not as fast as the stock price. So you get richer. You get richer if you have a lot of shares. But if you go, well, wait a minute here, let's give the benefits to the individual that's not heavily invested in the stock market, then the benefits will yield to the citizenry, not the transnational capitalist. See, this whole argument is about transnational capitalism. And then his last statement, well, this is going to eventually affect the labor force. Oh, because of trickle-down economics, really? Look at the last 35 years where jobs were being shipped over to areas because of labor arbitrage or regulatory arbitrage. You think people were benefiting from that? No, they weren't. And this is the reason why family creation and buying homes is being kicked down the road until they're in their 40s or 50s. Meanwhile, it wasn't that long ago when you were in your late 20s, you were already in your own home. So are we better off? I would say not. Are we better off with continuing on the 35-year trend of shipping our jobs overseas? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. This Wasserman, man, she looks ugly. Fuck.
And shutting the government down will be...
This is Charlie Todd in the Bloomberg Newsroom. Obviously, technical issues right now. We're getting those resolved. Let me bring you up to date on what's happening with U.S. markets right now. We are looking at a down day with Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. Certainly looking ahead to earnings after the close of the trading today here in New York. Costco shares falling now by 0.6%. Again, they do report after the close of trading. But right now, we've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all are S&P at 66.05. That is a drop there of 32 points, down by about 0.5%. Dow Industrials down 122, a decline now of 0.3%. While NASDAQ is down 104 for NASDAQ.
I want to go to some breaking news by Live Now. U.S. fighter jets intercept Russian warplanes near Alaska airspace. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen. This is dual purpose. It's a month's supply. It will help with your joint health, help with musculature, help with bone density, help with your skin, nails, and hair. Use it every day. Make sure you do resistance training. All right. God, I can't stand Wasserman. She's just so ugly.
If your pet goes from weird to weirder, grouchy to grouchy.
And thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news that happened a little bit earlier today that we did want to get to you here on Live Now from Fox. As I put up this post here from Fox News, we are learning, according to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, also known as NORAD, the U.S. scrambled fighter jets and other aircraft to identify and intercept 4 Russian warplanes flying near Alaska today. It's the 3rd time in about a month and the 9th time this year that NORAD has reported such an incident involving Russian aircraft flying near Alaska. NORAD said in a statement issued earlier this morning that it detected and tracked 2 Russian bombers and 2 Russian fighter jets operating in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone. A total of 9 U.S. aircraft, a command and control aircraft, 4 fighter jets, and 4 tanker planes scrambled to positively identify and intercept the Russian jets. The Russian aircraft remained in international airspace and did not enter American or Canadian sovereign airspace. Such Russian activity near Alaska occurs regularly and is not seen as a threat. However, the incident comes after President Trump said Tuesday he believed Ukraine could win back all territory lost to Russia, which is a shift from President Trump's calls for Kyiv to make concessions to end Russia's war in Ukraine. NATO warned Russia on Tuesday as well that it would use all means to defend against any further breaches of its airspace after the downing this month of Russian drones over Poland and Estonia's report of an intrusion by Russian fighter jets last week. President Trump also said on Tuesday NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace. Asked if the U.S. would back up NATO allies in a situation like that, President Trump said, quote, "It depends on the circumstance." Following a summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska last month, President Trump said he was arranging for direct talks between Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, but Putin has shown no interest in meeting with Zelensky, and Moscow has only intensified its attacks on Ukraine. So once again, learning here, as I read you this post from Fox News, jets scrambled, NORAD detects Russian aircraft in Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone. A story we will continue to follow here on.
All right, well, the world's going to hell in a handbasket. All right, let's go back to Debbie Wasserman.
And Americans want us to come together and work together in a bipartisan way to do that. Mike Johnson, Joe, he canceled the 2 days of voting that we have on Monday and Tuesday, the last 2 days of the fiscal year. They're not even bringing us back to town. Democrats will be there. We'll be there ready to work on Monday. If the Republicans just shrug their shoulders and ignore this, then They are giving the middle finger to millions of people who need to make sure they can keep their healthcare costs affordable.
Wow, I can just see it now. You don't have to tell me, but I can see all on the steps of the house the moment.
I have to play this video that I just saw. It's called "Why People Are Stupid." Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's really important to take this supplement to slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system, boost up your endocrine system, help with your vascular system, help with your brain function. It's something that I've been taking since 2016. Take C60. C60 is super important to take. Take a teaspoon a day every day. You can get it in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. It has to be in a lipid or an oil because C60 is lipid soluble. It'll allow you to absorb it properly. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably in the morning on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout to absorb the free radicals, and you'll be able to recover from your workout quicker. Now, what this will do is it'll soak up free radicals, help with the health of your mitochondria, boost up your energy levels. And when you do that, your tissues will perform better, including your neurons. Super important to take every day. It will also help with the basal layer of your skin and improve new skin cells, because the basal layer is where the adult stem cells are to produce new skin cells. So if you do this every day for a year, you will visibly see a difference in your external age. You'll look younger. Now, internally, you're going to start feeling the differences within 2 months of taking it. You're going to have more vitality and more energy, and you're soaking up those free radicals. This is one molecule of C60 is 1,000 times stronger than one molecule of vitamin C. So it behooves you to go to my store, get a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration, and make sure that you take a teaspoon a day every day. It's part of my anti-aging protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So let's play this video about why people are stupid by Robert Greene.
What makes people stupid, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to tell it like it is their certainty that they have all the answers.
The stupidest people are always the ones who think they have the right answers.
Yeah. Yeah, so
just like the Democratic Party.
To my studies of the ancient world, which is main part of me. One thing that always excited me was this concept of the ancient Greeks, that more harm is caused in this world by stupid, incompetent people than by evil people, right? And what there's a word in Greek called phronesis, which is a form of wisdom, to use your title here, but it's a form of practical wisdom, to be able to get things done, to navigate through life, navigate through people, to be balanced and get things done, okay? So what makes people stupid, and right now we have a lot of stupid people in this world. There always have been stupid people, but because there are more people on the planet, exponentially there are more stupid people on the planet. What makes people stupid, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to tell it like it is their certainty that they have all the answers. This is what's going on with our government. This is what's wrong, with this or that. This is what people should be like, blah, 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 blah. So you're narrowing your focus to this little tiny little rail, something that you heard from somebody else. It's not even your own stupid idea. So you absorbed it on the internet, whatever, and you're going down on this kind of monorail path. Meanwhile, the world is all around you, and you're just going like zoom like that, because you're so certain you have the answer. And when you have leaders, this is to get back to the Greek thing, when you have leaders who are so certain they enter a country into a war that they haven't been fought out of, because and so the paradigm in ancient culture was the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta, the war that ended up kind of being the end of Athenian democracy and of their golden era, right? And it was the idea that, and Thucydides, one of the greatest writers who ever lived, wrote the history of the Peloponnesian War, living at that time. He was saying that the leaders thought, oh, this will be so easy. And think of all the great things when we go and we take Sicily and we conquer that, the whole world the Sparta will be destroyed, right? It wasn't thought through. They were so certain of the answer that they didn't think of the parameters, right? They didn't think really on a grand strategic level. So people who are certain of things are very stupid. And when they have power, they're very, very dangerous. I'm not saying evil people aren't dangerous, but incompetent, stupid people who are so certain who haven't thought things through are just as dangerous as evil people.
I think there's far more stupid people than there are evil people as well.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. It's very interesting to think about the where the Venn diagram intersects for people who are always cynical and people who always have the right answer or who always know.
They go hand in hand.
Correct.
Totally overlap.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
So, one of your fellow countrymen from 200 years ago, exactly 200 years ago, a gentleman named John Keats, a poet, came up with a concept called negative capability. And negative capability, he wanted to answer the question was, why is Shakespeare another one of your countrymen? Why was Shakespeare so brilliant? Well, his characters were so realistic because he made them as real human beings. And what he could do was, they weren't stick figures. Shakespeare could think of a person and entertain two things about them at the same time. They could be both evil, but also have a strain of goodness inside of it. They were complex. Human beings are complex. And negative capability is the essence of being creative. It means you can hold two thoughts in your head at the same time, two thoughts that apparently contradict each other, but you can entertain them and not grasp at one or the other.
Not pass judgment immediately.
Yeah. So you're kind of able to deal with ambiguity, and you're able to say, life isn't that, it isn't that. It's kind of both at the same time.
It's fuzzy line.
That is creativity. That is real thinking.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I could go on and on about my ideas about live ideas and dead ideas, but this is real live thinking.
I have been playing with an idea that's basically the same thing, just repurposed with a silly meme from me, which is a cognitive superposition. So like how in physics, yes, and then when you decide, you collapse the superposition down. But that I try to, think in superpositions as much as possible.
There's a very good book written about like that. It's not perfect. It's a pretty good book called The Possibility Principle. You can look that up. He tries to apply those kind of ideas in physics to day-to-day life and psychology. It is interesting. It's worth looking.
Yep. Well, that's the end of my show today. It's been going on for 4 hours and 24 minutes. But I guess the big takeaway is there's a lot of stupid people out there. And a lot of them are in mainstream media. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great supplements that I offer. Slow down the aging process. Follow my protocol. And oh, by the way, if you get the supplements that are on my store, it's going to allow you to weather the storm in the fall and the winter. But if you don't, it's up to you. You don't have to, but don't be surprised if something bad happens in the fall and the winter. All right? It's that simple. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 for the ones that want to buy something. You save $5. And if you spend $100 or more, you do get a free gift. And that free gift you're going to need in the fall and the winter. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.